All right, everyone. Thanks again for holding tight. A little bit late as usual, but like the old saying goes, better late than never. And I see everybody here in the chat. Thanks so much for patiently waiting. I see my main moderator, Ramina El Despotar, as always. Thanks, hun, so much for holding down the fort until I get situated here. And also, just want to verify everybody can hear me, actually. Let's make sure everybody can hear me. I'm going to take a quick peek here on the YouTube side. I'm on the StreamYard side of things. Let's go to the YouTube side of things and verify that. All right, I can hear myself on that side. Let me see here. All right, let me get back here. All right, perfect, great. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. Charlie Girls asking yesterday about live stream, and yeah, here we are today. Andrew McNellis, good to see you in there, brother. God bless you as well. You get an echo, huh? Why are we getting an echo? Let me see here. Shouldn't have an echo. Karen Lee, she says my favorite channel, and thanks so much for the support for so very long, Karen Lee. Great to see you in there. And let's see else. And again, thanks so much, Charlie Girl, as well. And my great brother in the UK, Black Circle, always asking, when am I going to go live? Well, of course, here we are. And Daryl Dessa, brother, great to see you in there. Yeah, I just think that was temporary because I was switching over to the YouTube side of things. So that's how it goes with that. One thing I want to actually check here on the YouTube side as well, the YouTube side of things. Let's see here. You know, with my situation now, there's no, this channel's not monetized. So definitely you guys can support me. Not required, but appreciated. Let me see if that goes in here correctly. Let's see if that goes in there. It might be a little bit messy, but there you go. Have that in there. But again, definitely not required, but just throwing that in there since this channel, there's no super chats at all. And great to see you in there, brother. Once again, Daryl Dessa. Yeah. Yeah, that's John 14:6. Great to see you in there. It's ridiculous that YouTube doesn't automatically start the stream sometimes. Yeah. Let's see what else we got in here. And always thanks, brother, for joining in. And definitely sub to John 14:6's channel if you haven't already. Tiffany Freely, another supporter for the longest time. I appreciate you so very much. I saw Nathan Oakley in here earlier when I was getting ready. And yeah, great to see you in there, Nathan. And we'll get on the topic with Nathan later on. And bit of controversy. But hey, it's nothing new when it comes to flat earth or truth for that matter. There's always going to be controversy when it comes to this realm. Yeah, thanks for also verifying that, Charlie Girl. And yeah, El Despotar Ramina, great to see you in there. Lot to cover, but definitely want to say hi to everybody first, as always. All right, Eric H. Yeah, definitely a lot to cover, like I said. Again, I run late. You know, scheduling things is very difficult because, you know, life gets in the way. You know, it's like you plan things and you try to get everything right, and people don't understand. I'm trying to do things in my normal life. There's a lot of things I have to do, and I'm rushing to get everything done. Then I get home and I'm trying to get all the images and video together, and it's very time consuming. So, you know, I appreciate you guys holding tight while I get that all prepared. And let's see what else we got in here. And great to see you there, Indiana. As always, a long time follower, subscriber. I appreciate that, brother, as well. Let's see what we got here. Better Than Gold. Great supporter of the channel. And yeah, Better Than Gold messaged me on Patreon regarding a situation with a former supporter of the channel. Look, I don't put up with nonsense. You know, if people come at me sideways, it's not going to work out too well for them here on my channel. You know, I mean, if you have an issue with me, be respectful. It could be handled respectfully. But the individual, there's always two sides to every story with that individual. I'm not going to mention that person's name, but they came off a bit disrespectful. I'm not going to put up with it at all. At all. And thanks again, brother. Just saw that as well. All right, let's see what we got here. And Waco, so I haven't seen your question. I got to scroll up still. Yeah, we can't touch upon that really. A little bit touchy subject there, so we'll leave that alone. Sorry about that. All right. Let's see what we got here before we're going to get started right away. There's a good amount to cover. Let's see what we got here. Jay Worms, great to see you in there. Another great supporter of the channel. Appreciate you being a Patreon. Truth and all, wonderful to see biblical earth growing these days. Absolutely. And that's definitely something I'm going to get into as we move forward. Definitely, as we move forward, I'm going to definitely discuss that. And the flat earthers, so-called flat earthers, that are pushing the non-biblical flat earth. You know, it's so very simple to me. You know, these people that are just, you know, a minute speck of dust as far as time's concerned. They act like, you know, they're going to investigate, you know, this world when there's many people that have been doing it for a very long time. It's in the Bible. What the Bible says matches our reality, and people are disregarding that, even when the evidence, such as people say in flat earth, oh, we live in an enclosed system, but they disregard the dome, the firmament, and that's because it's from the Bible. They don't want to use the Bible in any way, give it any type of validity. They want it to be, quote, their research, their findings, and of course they're just going to disregard the Bible in every which way, and not admit, say, yeah, I have to admit I'm not a Bible person, but it does say in the Bible that there is a firmament, a dome above us. You know, they can't do that. Again, it gives validity to the Bible, and that their agenda is not to give any credit to the Bible. So that's why they'll never say, yeah, it's in the Bible. I have to admit that. They can't do it. They can't do that. So yeah, we'll get into that. Like I said, Jack Burton, brother, for sure. All truth leads to Jesus Christ. God bless RV and the chat. Absolutely. And thank you for that. And a great supporter for a very long time is Build It. Amen. All glory to our Father in heaven. God bless you, brother. Thanks so much for tuning in. And I appreciate the support for so very long. And let's what we get here. We got here. All right. And let's see. We got a good amount of people here, and that's good to see. And my great brother, Jason410. Hey, everyone. Cheers. Great to see you in there, brother. As always. Let's see what we got in here. Yeah. And again, I appreciate everybody. And here we go with Nathan Oakley. Definitely, you'll be brought up at a certain point here as I do the screen share, and all the, the fakers in flat Earth. You know, basically these so-called baby truthers. I'll be the first to admit wasn't a wise idea to call them baby truthers. They're basically fake truthers, infiltrators, and that's a better wording for them. But we'll get into that a little bit. All right, let's see what we got in here. S. Holland 42. Great to see you in there. All right, Flappy, good to see you in there. And your name is Michelle. All right, great to see you in there. Good evening. All right, I'm scrolling up, and we're going to get into the information pretty quick, because I tend to go on for a long time. We've been going on for 10 minutes, but there's a lot of people in the chat to a lot of names in here that I have to read through here. And I definitely like to give everybody thanks for tuning in. Definitely, I appreciate you all. All right, let's see here the new comments. Oh, great to see you here, Paul Griff. Great to see you here, brother. Fantastic, you're here. And Flappy, no worries at all. Yes, that's the best way to put it. Satanic liars posing as baby truthers. That's exactly it. And we'll get into that little bit here. Let me just check something here. Let me see here. I'm going to check something real quick. Looking up one individual here. Let's see here. I'm looking up this one guy here real quickly. I'll get back here. Yeah, here we go here. I'll get into this in a little bit since you brought it up. Definitely needs to be covered as far as the satanic liars, infiltrators in the truth movement, specifically flat earth. Like I said so many times, I mean, the people that run the show, I mean, money's no object. They print the money. So it's absolutely nothing to have their puppets in every position from mainstream alternative media, of course. They're not going to leave YouTube alone, and they're going to obviously infiltrate it. So we'll get to that in a bit. All right, Apple, great to see you in there. And thanks so much for tuning in. Yeah, let's see here. Ryan Everson, yeah, absolutely. And you gave me a good lead on that one Kipster dude. And we'll get into that a little bit. Definitely. We'll get into that. What's going on here? Yeah, I might have to do that. I might have to do that as far as maybe like my Patreon name, They Live Truth. I might have to add that in there just to help find the channel a little bit better. Yeah, that's something to consider moving forward. Yeah, that's not actually a bad idea. Yeah, things, like I thought actually I was going to put They Live Truth in there in the beginning. Then I said I'll just go with They Live. But yeah, I might have to do that. And again, with the my patrons, actually They Live Truth. So yeah, that's probably the direction I'll go. Yeah, not actually, Ramina, baby truthers are actually professional deceivers. Absolutely. I mean, I'll just mention right now, Jaron, that guy can't even look at the camera. He can't. I mean, when he's speaking, he doesn't even look. He's always looking down, and I don't want to hear any excuses that he's looking at, messages, whatever. He can't look straight in the camera. That's like a liar. He can't look. He never looks directly, or rarely directly, like at the camera at all, at all. And great to see Frank Censored from Australia. Great to see you in there, brother. Thanks so much once again for joining in. And let's see here. 9 Mile Roar, firm, permanent. Absolutely firm. You have the firm in the name. So yeah, we'll definitely get into that a little bit. And my great sister in Florida, Roxanne, asked me, will you? Jesus bless you, RV. Thanks so much. Another great supporter, not only here on YouTube, also on Twitter. Yeah, actually, when it comes to that, J Worms, they live, we sleep. I'll say, they live, the sheep sleep. That's probably a better term to put it. Yeah, I'm glad you put that Bible verse there, John 14:6. Um, and from Acts 16:30 to 31, KGV, and he brought them out and said, Sirs, what must I do to be saved? And they said, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved in thy household. And that gets into, which I believe, people debate me on this, in thy household definitely means family members, keeping the family together. It would be sad for, for example, there's a family of 6 or 7 people, and one is not in heaven with them. So I really believe that's what that means to me. Some people say, no, that's not true. When they say when the Bible says thy household, I was looking in those terms as your whole family is saved, and that would be a great thing to keep the family together. But again, this is, debatable, with a lot of people. Um, let's see here what else we got here. Oh, great to see Brother Man Bill in here. Just message me and hope you're doing well, brother, and with your health and all. He says, "Hey RV, I caught you one." God bless. Yeah, great to see you in there, brother. And I'm glad you're doing good. And just keep it up, man. Keep it up. Um, you know, stop eating meat. You know, taking the proper route to bring your health around, and that's fantastic, brother. That's fantastic. All right, let's see here. So we got before we get to the information. Oh, Jack Burton, you're in Toronto, Canada. Okay. And Charlie Girl says she's in Spain, Dutch origin. That Dutch language is very unusual. I've heard people speak. Um, like Eddie Van Halen. I heard him in an interview speaking in Dutch, and it was like, wow, really very interesting language. Very interesting language. Oh, great! Thank you so much for that, Charlie Girl, for that. Yeah, thanks so much on BitChute. Yeah, that piece of garbage needs to be that Wimpy Weiss needs to be exposed for sure. Absolutely. All right, I'm going to start getting to the information because I've been going on for about 15 minutes or so, saying the hellos to everyone, and definitely I appreciate you all tuning in, and definitely with everything that's happening in the world stage. Um, you know, I gotta really set the foundation, for myself, just to be very blunt and honest, covering events going way, way back in time. And to be honest, I saw, some fakery. I did see obviously fakery. That's how I got involved with this. But, the more you look, the more you find, the more you dig. And some people might say, oh, if you look hard enough, you find what you want. No, you can't find something that's not there. So, for as many people know, I look back, I covered old events. So there was a time when a lot of people were covering events and current events, and I said, wait a second, a lot of people are focusing on what's happening now, you know, like this is something new. I said, no, this is something they've been doing for a long time. And I went back and I covered a lot of stories while people were talking about the obvious, what happened in New York and the moon landing. And, that was the primary target for a lot of people in truth. Those two events. I started covering a lot of things while people were talking about current events. I would go back, to the 90s, to the 80s, to the 70s, whatever, and just cover old news stories. And I just bring it back to life. I'm like, look at this. You guys are covering. Some of you guys are covering what's happening now, but you're not looking back. You're not really understanding. This is nothing new. People were like pointing at Obama, what he said in 2012 about the one act, about the media, how they're allowed basically to fabricate things. But I said, no, this is something that goes way back. And I knew that back in 2010 with the 33 trap miners. So, and basically, like two or three people covered that. No one else really touched it. And again, people are just sticking on the main things. And so what I'm getting at is, what a lot of people and the so-called leaders in truth don't get is, all these big events. They're part of the world stage, and they're working really hard to put some gray area on that. Like, well, this is real, but this is fake, but that's real, but this is fake. And they're just adding confusion to the world stage, and they don't have a place in truth when they're calling fabrications real. And that's what I'm getting at. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, Ryan, you're in South Africa. That's just like Flatzoid, who I'll talk about in a little bit. Flatzoid as well, who I've spoken with, and that's what we'll get into pretty soon here. Let me see what it said here. Yeah, Chino, if you want to send me any information or emails or whatever, just you could do it on Twitter on my They Live account. You can do it there, or Patreon. You're free to send me anything. But as far as, let me see exactly what you're saying here. As far as the do send me a link about how stars turn differently at the equator. My reply was, that's fisheye lens. Well, what they need to understand is it's very simple. When you think about the equator, and they made that zone, that region, for a specific reason. That's like the cutoff point. So imagine you're at a say an Indy 500 race. By the way, they have 33 cars during that Indy 500 race. So imagine you're at the Indy 500 and you're in the stands like everybody else. You're seeing the cars go clockwise, from the outside of the track. Now you're in the inside track. You see them, instead of going, left to right, you see them go right to left. So you see it from a different perspective from being in the inner ring. So it depends on your position and where you're looking to say, as far as the stars. And like I said, for example, a perfect analogy. For example, if you're in Indonesia, for example, or even better, let's say you're in India. Say you're in India and you're looking at the moon, and you see how it's circling above and the face of the moon. So basically, if you're in India, it's going to the right. But if you're in Australia, say for example you're in Melbourne, the sun, or Sydney, the sun looks like it's setting to the left, because that's just basically, like, again, just like the analogy I used about being at the Indy 500. It depends on your position, where you're at in the flat Earth. It's that simple. So yeah, you know, people talk about, oh, why does the moon have different faces in the so-called northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere? It's simple. You're looking at the opposite face depending on your location. So yeah, this is pretty simple stuff I've covered years ago. All right, let's see here. I'm going to get to the screen share part of things, and let me see here if I can do this. Let me see. Let me try to do something a bit different here. Hold tight, everyone. I'm going to try to do something. Let's see if I can do this. Hold on. Just bear with me, everyone, if I can do this. Let me see. Just hold tight. I don't think that's going to work. Let me see if that's going to work or not. All right. Let's see here. Okay. I'm trying to get this all set up here. Just bear with me, everyone. What I'm going to do is I was planning to do something, but I'm just gonna take a peek at the chat, because what I'm getting is, when I do the screen share part of things, I miss a lot of the chat. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna periodically take a little break and look at the chat so I don't miss anything. I'll do my best, but I got to focus on the StreamYard's, not the StreamYard, but the photo stage side of things. So if anybody out there is making comments, just understand, while I'm doing the photo stage, I'm not seeing all the comments. So just bear with me with that. It's these live streams are not easy to do, because I'm working with a lot of things. I have a lot of windows open. I got the photo stage to share. I'm dealing with a lot of audience. A lot of people are asking me questions. So I'm going to remove this temporarily here. All right. Thanks so much, Chino. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I'll definitely take a look at that. Oh, I see something here. Let's see here. All right. We're good. Let me get this going here. Let me make sure I got this straightened out before I get this started. All right. Let me hit the present button here and get to the screen share. All right. There's definitely a lot to cover. With a lot of things on the world stage. All right, let me get this window going here. All right, you guys can see it. Let me just verify. Yeah, let me maybe go full screen. Let me do this here. All right. So again, there's definitely a lot to cover, and I'm going to try to be concise with this, because I can stick with one image for a very long time, and I really want to get to a lot of information. So let's get to it here. And of course, these two puppets you all see here. I mean, again, like I said in my last video regarding Elon Musk, of course he's just an actor. He's not in charge of SpaceX. He's not running Tesla. He's not running Twitter. It's an absolute joke. He's written into the script, more like Joe Biden or Donald Trump as so-called presidents. Basically, just a figurehead, and he's being fed lines, and it's that simple. And Kanye West as well, just another puppet in the world stage. And of course, Kanye West being 33 in numerology. Now, one thing I want to just show, the importance again of symbolism. I talk about all the time. That quote from Manly P. Hall about the language of symbolism. These two will never tell you that they're Freemasons, but they're going to show you, obviously, with Kanye West being 33 in numerology and his orange jacket being 33. And what do you see here? Elon Musk with his orange, a black shirt with an orange on it. So you're dual 33s. All right. So this is, again, for those that say, oh, Freemasons, they're not running things and the numbers don't mean anything. It's huge. It's really huge. And if people don't get that by now, they'll never get it. So again, understand, even their wardrobe is selected, and obviously the orange and black prevalent, of course. Now, that gets into my last video once again with the Kipster, Kip Dargurtis, as you see here. And obviously, like I said in the video, the whole entire flat Earth versus ball Earth has been put into this, using the so-called wide-angle rectilinear lens. And that's really important for people to understand. In the past, quote, with Felix Baumgartner, supposedly, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, oh, he used the fisheye lens. That's why you get the so-called curve of the Earth. Now, one thing I want to break down here. Let me see. Actually, let me do this. Let me do this real quick here, if I can find that really quick on my side of things. And I forgot to actually drop something down here because it's very relevant. And let me see if I have it. I thought I brought it down. And let me see here. I thought I had it. Yeah, here we go. So I'm going to bring this video down here. All right. So I'm just going to show some images here. Again, this is regarding my last video with this presentation by this man here, as you see, the fisheye lens versus the rectilinear wide-angle lens. And let me show some imagery here. Let me get to what I discussed already in the video, but I want to discuss it a little bit more detail. And let's get to the spot here. And you see what these lenses do. But I want to get to the main part, what I showed. Let me see. Where's it at here? Just bear with me. As we all know, this is live. So I want to get to the part where he shows the dome. Did I pass it up already? Let's see here. Did I pass it up? Yeah, it's right here. It's coming up. By the way, interesting what he has here on the wall, as we all see. But I want to get to is right here. Let me move this up a bit. So he's in this church. This should be the next image here. So he's in the church, and he discussed the two lenses, and this is really important here. Let me get to the point here. Let me play this. I'll lower the audio so we don't hear him. But I'm going to play this right now.
Materials are better served by a fisheye lens.
So this is the fisheye lens, okay? So you get that one particular look.
Like this round dome. It looks nice through the fisheye lens with nicely proportioned windows. With a rectilinear.
So the rectilinear lens, as you see here, it really stretches things out. So what I'm getting at here is, I already discussed this, by the way, basically Polaris, the star within the dome of the Earth. Basically, this is what it represents. This is flat Earth and blind side, obviously. What I'm getting at, you see how the rectilinear lens stretches even more than the fisheye lens. It stretches it out. So that gets into what I want to show, what was showed earlier, and that's that straight view. What I showed. Let me see if I can find it. Let me get that straight vantage point that was shown earlier. Where is that straight? Where it looked like the buildings were like coming into each other. Maybe it was towards the. Maybe it was at the end. Maybe I need to keep going actually towards the end of the video. Let me see here. Yeah, maybe it was at the end. Let me see here. Yeah, actually, I think here it is, towards the end here. And you see here the rectilinear lens. You see how the background is pretty much level, but it creates this kind of egg face, like he said, with the child. And what it comes down to, when you use the fisheye lens. Let me move up here. The fisheye lens. See the background. You see the house in the back. How it's basically curved, but the foreground not so much. So let me see if I can find that. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. I forgot the position. So I'm getting at is, remember when I showed the dome and how it's stretched. But when it comes to this position of these buildings, how they're coming, the tops are coming inwards more, and it looks like it's like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, basically. So what I'm getting at is, you obviously can't rely on these lenses. I really wanted to spotlight this regarding the whole so-called curve of the earth, with that video by that guy Kip. And I'll get into that right now, actually, because it's kind of funny. Let me stop sharing this momentarily, because it's something I need to show. It's not going to be on here. Let me stop. This screen. I'm going to go to Twitter here, and let me get this other screen open. And let's see here. Let's get this going. It's all going to add up. So let's see here. Okay, here we go. This is pretty funny right here. So hopefully you guys let me make sure you guys see that. Okay. Let me see here. Let me see if this one could be moved. All right. So hopefully you guys can see it. Let me take a look here. There you go. You guys might not see it that great, but what I'm getting at here is, I actually showed the video to Kip Dargurtis. And so here's the, it might be hard to see. Let me see if I can actually blow this up so you guys can see that a little bit better. Let me go to, you guys probably can see what I'm talking about already. Yeah, you guys can see that a little bit better. You can already see it. Unable to, you're unable to view the tweet because the account owner limits who can view the tweets. What happened here is, I said, enjoy Kipster, and I show him the video that I put out on my new Twitter account. And he just made some goofy response. But what I told him here is, as you can see, it says Globers. This is the Kip. Glober said you can see the curve of the Earth at the beach. So why launch a rocket? So take a look here after I put this up for the Kipster. And this is what happened here. And you can see this. Yeah, the Kipster wasn't too happy. That basically I exposed his nonsense, his garbage, and blocked on Twitter because the truth hurts. And poor Kipster, yeah, he wasn't too happy that I exposed his nonsense. And again, definitely, this is the point I'm making when it comes to the video I made. And let me hit back here, actually. So the video I made here, obviously, I pointed out where this is obviously all about, pushing the ball Earth. Why would they have this guy launch this rocket, supposedly an amateur? So the whole point is, you supposedly have professionals in NASA. You have professionals, with SpaceX, supposed quote professionals, Blue Origin. So people might say, oh, all these individuals with these companies, NASA, SpaceX, Blue Origin, they're all controlled. So what they want to do is reach the full spectrum. Like, oh, even amateurs can do it themselves and you can supposedly see the curve of the Earth. So that's why they have Kipster in this bogus rocket launch, saying it's not just professionals in the so-called industry. It's actually, amateurs are doing it too, and they're working hard to prove the bogus fake flat ball Earth and discredit the flat Earth, and that's basically the whole purpose of the Kipster doing this. Yeah, and so that's what it's all about. But yeah, it's funny that he that like I showed earlier, Kipster, yeah, in his fake phony garbage. Yeah, just smoke and mirrors. It's basically he's just hired help, and that's what it comes down to with the Kipster there. Let me take a quick peek here at the chat before I go any further. I said I would do that, and let's see what we got here. Yeah, even Flappy, even Christians. It's I said it before, where you attend school 5 days a week. What is it, 8 hours a day? That's the heavy indoctrination. Then you go to Sunday school for like an hour and a half, 2 hours max. So that school conditioning overpowers the minimal amount of what you get from your local church. And obviously they're not teaching the biblical flat earth anyways. And that gets to the not only the televangelist, but your local preacher at your church. Knowingly or unknowingly, they're deceiving people into believing we live on a ball earth when they talk about planet. And like I said, I truly believe before you can have a church established, you must pass through the Masonic Lodge. And those individuals that pass through the Masonic Lodge, they're the ones that get the okay from City Hall, which, again, more Masons at the top of that, they're allowing only certain individuals to have their churches established and built, and that's the unfortunate truth. So the churches give some truth. Again, in the world of duality, they're only going to give some truth. They're never going to give all lies or all truth. It's going to be the duality aspect, and people need to understand that for sure. Let me check something here real quick. All right, let me get back here. 1 second, everyone. Let me just. All right. Let me take a look at the chat here before we get back to the screen share. Yeah, Jay Worms, that's what it comes down to. The BS, the indoctrination centers. When I was very young, I knew there was a control mechanism of while the parents were their slave jobs, the children were being brainwashed the same way their parents were through the same system. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, also Charlie Girl asks RV can't understand that the KJV people say, what does it matter how Earth is made? I'm like, what? God's creation starts at Genesis, and it's not that important. It is, obviously. And I tell this to people, that need to understand the whole purpose of pushing the fake phony ball Earth, for anybody that's new to it, it removes, obviously, God from the equation, like you just stated there. That's the foundation of the lie. So definitely, the people that mocked flat Earth in the beginning when I was covering it years ago, they didn't look at it until I said that. I said they're trying to hide God, and that perked their ears up, and they started listening, and they started paying attention, and then from there they started watching my presentations, because obviously, the whole point is the foundation, obviously, of the ball Earth, and why is the so-called ball Earth spinning? There is no ball Earth, but the reason it's spinning is you have to break every little aspect of what they're saying down. So the inertia of the so-called ball Earth spinning is from the initial explosion. They say Earth was supposed, this is the funny part, they say Earth was first a disk in space. Then as it spun around, it formed into a ball. And even according to science, due to so-called evolution and the Big Bang, certain planets are spinning in different directions, being shot out from that initial explosion. What I ask people that believe in evolution is, what was happening before the Big Bang? Say a billion years prior to the Big Bang. What was going on? And they're like, wow, we're not ready to answer that because we only extract information that we're given, like a computer program, like a diskette or a CD-ROM that's put in a computer. They're not ready to answer that question, but that's not part of what they were told. They're just told a Big Bang explosion happened, but they don't look back even further. And obviously, they're just regurgitating things, and that's all they know how to do. Let's see here. We got absolutely, just like Charlie Girl stated, it's the foundation. Yeah, that's the most important thing. Yeah, that's exactly it. God deserves all the glory, flat earth. Yeah, I mean, there obviously, that's what I'm going to get into a little bit, where a lot of these fake truthers, fake flat earthers, they want to give no credit. They don't want to give any kind of hint that, hey, the Bible basically describes the world we live in. Not only, does it say in the Bible, it matches our world experience, what we see in our real world with the pressurized system. Like I said earlier, so many fake flat earthers, they talk about a pressurized system, but they ignore the Bible when it talks about containment. And so that tells you they have an agenda, an anti-God, anti-Bible agenda. And great to see you there, John, in the UK. My brother, are up late? Thanks so much for listening in, John. I know it's, is it 5 hours ahead? What time is it there? In your UK there? Actually, you're 8 hours ahead there in the UK. Yeah. So thanks so much. I appreciate you staying up early morning in the UK listening in. Very much appreciated. And we're going to get back to the screen share momentarily. Just want to take a quick peek, like I said I would before. I don't want to just miss a lot of stuff here. And let's see here. We got PJCnet. Great to see you in there. Thanks for joining in. Let's see what else we got in here. And thanks again for that, Charlie Girl. Absolutely, there's a satanic agenda. I just saw that, and it moved so quick here. Absolutely, there's a satanic agenda, and you can spot the fakers in flat Earth that are pushing the non-biblical flat Earth. Other lands beyond where the Bible says there's the ends of the earth, and all these other worlds, and it's like this. The Bible says, countless times, not countless, but many times, how there's ends of the earth, and you have these other groups pushing. They say things like, well, in science, they say there's endless space. Well, in reality, there's endless land, that kind of stuff. When the Bible again says, obviously, there's ends to the earth. So yeah, they're definitely, they're creating confusion with a lot of people, and that's the unfortunate thing, because the reality is the majority of truthers out there, specifically with flat Earth, they're not biblical, and that's why I really, I'll save it for the screen share. We'll get into the screen share. Let's get back to it actually right now before I even get into that topic. Let's get back to present, and let's get back here. All right, and thanks everyone for holding tight here. And Arnold Andrews, great to see you in there as well. Just spotted you there. Thanks so much for listening in. Much appreciated, brother. Let's get back here, and I'm going to temporarily remove. Oh wow, it's wow. That's pretty early there. 3 a.m. Wow. Thanks for holding tight, and yeah, that's no joke. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. I'm going to hide that temporarily because I'm going to get back to the screen share presenting part. Yeah, let me do that right now. Let me get back here to make sure. Yeah, I showed that. Let me move forward here. All right, talked about these two goons already, and this is one thing I want to talk about here, with my video about the so-called Artemis launch, the moon rocket. the nonsense. And I'm just going to be very blunt. I saw Eric Dubay. Let me actually see here. Let me see if do I have that. Do I have that anywhere here? Hold on, everyone. Actually, I have it here. And Eric Dubay released a video. I think it was 2 or 3 days after I did. Let me stop the screen share because I'm going to actually show what I'm going to talk about. But I'll talk about it first. This is from my video from obviously my thumbnail, where I point at the Artemis 1 rocket, as you see here, which basically goes down in the ocean, expensive bottle rocket into the Bermuda Triangle region, and the moon here. But we have to be so very careful when we explain things to people, because if we don't explain things properly, people on the globe side of things are going to tear flat earthers to shreds if you're not careful. So I specifically said, this is according to the glober side of things. This is their so-called low Earth orbit. So here's the problem. And I'm going to stop sharing again because I have to show Eric's video. Let me get to StreamYard. Let me stop this. Actually, it's not even showing. I didn't even get to show it. I'm so sorry about that. Let me show that. I don't think it went through. Yeah, now it's going through now. I apologize for that. So I was explaining things without showing. It didn't actually share. I don't believe it did. Yeah. Anyways, here it is again. I'll just explain it again. I apologize for that. So again, the Artemis rocket with the Orion capsule on the top. So you have again the moon here. So I explained it in my video. Obviously, how this is, obviously just crashing into the Bermuda Triangle area off the coast of Florida. But what it comes down to, Eric Dubay just showed this, basically the same exact thing and pointed at the moon. He did not mention, and let me make sure it's sharing properly. He did not mention, he totally disregarded the Glober's perspective, where they say it's a low Earth orbit, where basically the so-called Artemis rocket is spinning, not spinning, but going around the ball Earth, in a circle. Then it finally goes to the moon. And so what happened was, and let me stop sharing now and get to the presenting of Eric Dubay's video. And let me see here. Where is it at? Yeah, so this is what I'm getting at. And basically, there was in my estimation, there's a blunder by Dubay. Let me make sure that's showing properly. So I'm having a little bit of issues here. Let me make sure it's showing there. Okay, so this is again Eric Dubay's from his video, which he released a few days after I put mine out. And I don't want to say, but basically it's almost verbatim of what I did. I can even, for anybody that doesn't believe me, just take a look here. And let me actually get to it. Let's see here. Where's that video here? Hold on. Hold tight, everyone. Yeah, here it is. So I'll explain this first. So Eric Dubay, this was what Eric Dubay put out on Twitter. So he showed this guy making a face, whatever, but irrelevant. What I'm getting at again, he showed these so-called launch, and here's the moon. So obviously, it's missing, it's going underneath. But again, globers are gonna tear this to shreds, because I hate to say it seems like Eric Dubay didn't even know about the so-called low Earth orbit. He mentioned in the video, but this is his static post on Twitter. So why would he mention this when, the glober, their side of it, they say it's a low Earth orbit. So this should be presented properly. So I'm getting, as Eric Dubay removed this tweet. This was his tweet, this image you see here. But he saved it for the video, and he mentioned about the low Earth orbit. But obviously he removed it because he didn't mention anything about the low Earth orbit. But again, with his video, it's funny because it's almost like verbatim what I put out, where he shows, as you see, Don Pettit, which I showed in my video. And then as you move forward, let me see if I can find it, where he shows, let's get to it here. Yeah, here it is, where I show the Bermuda Triangle. So basically, it's like almost not identical, but pretty close to my video that I put out. I believe it was 2, 3, maybe 4 days prior to his video. So it's a lot, it's a lot of similarities. But what I'm getting at, the main point of this, what I'm getting at here is, he did a blunder here by putting this image out and not explaining this low Earth orbit. I saw comments by Globers saying, hey, you don't even know what's happening here. You're pointing this out, but there's again a low Earth orbit. Not to be repetitive about this, but the little things are important. You got to know the lies of their side very well, because if you don't, you just kind of look at this and say, oh, look, they're missing the moon. They're way off. Their lie doesn't work that way either. So again, it's very important to know their lies. And that's going to get into someone later on I'm going to mention as well. Let me stop sharing that and let me take a quick peek here. Let's see what's going on here. All right, let's see. And great to see you in there. I'm taking a quick peek before I get back to the screen share. Great to see you in there, James Rideout. Always good to see you in there, brother. All right, let's get back here to the screen share part here. All right, I'm going to get back to presenting. All right, let's get back to the window here and make sure it's presenting right. And I apologize, last time it wasn't showing properly. So yeah, you guys get it as far as this is concerned. So definitely, again, being repetitive here, but it's really important. Do not tell people, oh, look, the rocket's launch it's not even close to the moon when it's, again, the low Earth orbit. Just want to be really clear. It's just like the Simpsons episodes where we know there's a lot of predictive programming, but you got to make sure what you're presenting is legit. And that's really important, because if you're wrong about any aspect of what you're presenting, then they're going to debunk what you're saying. And then they're going to say, see, look, you're wrong. And they're really doing these so-called space flights, so that's, again, real important. So let's move on here. Let's see what I want to get into here. Now that gets into who I call, like I said, the number one flat Earth researcher in my estimation. Okay. He's the number one dude when it comes to flat Earth research. There's another individual that I'm going to tell you all that, in my estimation, my opinion, is the best flat Earth debater. And that's for a little bit later on. And we'll get into that. But definitely I want to touch upon Flat Earth Banjo and his amazing, awesome research and presentation that he did regarding the Chile earthquake from 1960 that caused the tsunami. And again, all credit goes to Flat Earth Banjo Eddie for this. Again, just, my absolute favorite flat Earth researcher, without a shadow of a doubt. So again, for those that are new to this whole idea of the Chile earthquake, all the way down here, and this is the flat Earth model, by the way. So what happened, as you all can see here, after the earthquake, it lasted 11 minutes. It was 9.5 in the Richter scale. So it was a very large, 10.0 is on the Richter scale is obviously the largest earthquake you can have. So this created a huge tsunami. And you see where it affected all these affected areas all the way to Japan, China, Russia, everywhere. But here's the point. Obviously South America, relatively in the same vicinity, general area as the so-called ball Earth, Antarctica. And there was no tsunami that wrapped around the so-called continent of Antarctica, as we're told. And as Eddie explained, like, for example, a tsunami in the Indian Ocean, it wraps around Madagascar. And there's been demonstrations and, images all about that online. So what I'm getting at here is, again, thanks to Eddie for his work on this. So what I'm getting at is this, which I should have mentioned during that actual live stream I had with Eddie, the Flat Earth Banjo, is now you look at the nonsense globe. So here's South America, and here's where the earthquake, the epicenter was, just south of Santiago. So you're all the way down here, and you have this earthquake, and then you have the tsunami. So again, instead of wrapping around Antarctica on the so-called globe, it shot up. Water traveling up a ball, all the way up to, again, Japan, China, Russia. absolutely ridiculous to believe that can happen. And obviously, like Eddie demonstrated, the reason for this graph is this is the 360 ice wall, 100%. And like I've mentioned so many times, we know there's the sun that travels around the flat Earth, around the equator, because this is the tropical zone. The tropical zone that runs through Cuba, it runs through Southeast Asia, where you have a lot of tropical plants that cannot survive anything further south, anything north. So this absolutely 100% proves. Here you have where it runs through the equator here. So this absolutely proves where this region barely only has two, it only has 2 seasons. This proves without a shadow of a doubt we have a circling sun. And I already covered that, but definitely want to touch upon that real quick. But yeah, definitely the idea that the tsunami ran up. So that's just one aspect of the fake phony ball Earth. So that's just the tsunami aspect. Now you're taking a look here, and this is supposedly an image from space. Give me a break. What garbage this is of South America once again. And here's Chile. Now this gets to the Amazon River, which I've covered before, but I want to touch upon once again. It's vast, expansive Amazon, where many different streams, different parts of the Amazon River. But what I'm getting at is supposedly drains off. You see all the different channels, but here's the Amazon. It drains up the ball into the Atlantic Ocean. So, yeah, supposedly, and this is absolutely ridiculous. All this water traveling up the ball. So we don't see water traveling up a hill, traveling anywhere like we're told that's happening on this ridiculous baller. So yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous. Also, I want to mention as well, when you talk to the globe goobers, and they say, well, there's no up and down in space. So I asked them, from the vantage point of being aboard the so-called ISS, so what would you call this? Is this north? Is this north? Is this south? So what do you call it? And they're stumped, because they say there's no up and down in space. So they don't want to call this north. They don't want to call this south. Yeah, it's just absolutely ridiculous, these globers. And we'll get more into the globers in a bit, definitely. And here's just another image of the so-called ball Earth. Again, the tsunami traveling up the so-called equator. Absolute garbage, absolute nonsense. And that gets into what I'm going to get into. It's a little bit, it's on the same topic, but again, like the title, Freemasonry and Fake Space. And this is really what it's about. Let me make sure this is presenting properly. Okay, good. We're showing, looks good on the YouTube side and the StreamYard side. Okay, just wanted to verify that before I continue moving forward. So we know about, again, I always talk about signs and symbols constantly. All these people, in truth, they downplay the color orange. They downplay the numbers. They downplay numerology. And again, it all comes down to signs and symbols, which we all know about. This is nothing new when it comes to the forked tongue, when it comes to NASA. The forked tongue and the actual serpent, like biting its own tail here within. So you have a snake and you have the snake's tongue. And that's one thing I want to get into, where people don't talk about this. You see the tongue, but people don't talk about the actual serpent making its path, and the snake and the actual tongue all seen in plain sight. But that gets into how they control our whole entire system: entertainment, politics, obviously with entertainment, the music industry, Hollywood, the video game industry. So that gets into, again, what you see here with the forked tongue with NASA. Deceivers, liars. They're telling you they're liars and deceivers through symbolism alone. They're never going to tell you. They're never going to admit we're liars. They're going to show you with signs and symbols. And that gets into what I showed before. And I'll definitely get into Flatzoid later on, who definitely, we talked about this on his channel. And I presented this to him and his audience. where people see this, millions upon millions of people own a PlayStation system. They see the logo, they have no idea the importance of symbolism or what this even means. They just believe, oh, this is a P and this is a S on the ground. Absolutely not. This is the duality aspect, just like the AOK sign. So what you have here, obviously, is a serpent, the coil on the ground, and this is like the cobra's head, as you all can see. So there's snakes running Sony, just like you see here, with the serpent and the coil and the serpent's head. So again, this is something, you ask a fanboy of video games and PlayStation, you ask them, what this means, they'll have no idea. Again, they don't understand symbols. They'll just tell you, again, it's a P and an S for PlayStation. So that gets into, actually, I want to show this. I should have pulled this down first. I showed this in videos prior, but let me take off the volume here, but it's not needed. So I'm going to show this. And I showed this in videos in the past, but I want to show it again, this version here on TikTok. And actually, let me do this here. Let me see if I can do this, actually, to get a better perspective here. Let me do this here. Just hold tight, everyone. It won't be that long. So you see this here. Let me do this a little bit more. So again, this is Call of Duty for PlayStation. And obviously what you see here, like I showed before in videos, is the flat earth model under the dome. And here you see it here too. It's a little bit harder to see. There you go. Again, the circling sun and moon above the flat earth. So again, with PlayStation, they're pushing a lot of space games, a Star Wars, Star Trek, and all these other sci-fi, aliens, but they always sneak in the duality aspect and showing the flat earth. So some might say, oh, it's just a one-time thing. It's not a big deal. They put in this flat earth model. Not so fast. Let me so this is for PlayStation 4. I believe it's PlayStation 4. More recent, in recent history, but that gets into what I'm going to show right now. And this is from PlayStation 1, and this was released in 1995. I believe PlayStation 1 was released in 94 or 95. Basically, this came out the same time frame with the initial release of the first PlayStation system. So again, they have a stranglehold over the video game industry, and that's a sleeper when it comes to a lot of people in truth. So you see the snake, again, the serpent symbolism here on PlayStation. So what do you see here? Discworld, and you see the elephant, and you see the turtle. It's kind of hard to see, but this is a domed world we live in. And you have here, it looks like the Reaper, the Grim Reaper. Let's get a little bit of a close up. Hopefully you guys can see that fine on your side of things. But definitely, there's the dome, and there's the elephant surrounding, and there's the giant turtle, and again the Reaper with the sickle, and that's definitely the flat Earth model. Obviously, Discworld, and actually I've covered this in a presentation years ago. So it's not just like a one-time thing where they put the truth in plain sight. Again, when it comes to flat Earth, and again, these people that are playing, shooters, games based on space flight, they give us that duality aspect of the truth in plain sight, and people don't get it, the biblical flat Earth model. And the saddest thing is a lot of Christians, they turn a blind eye, to the flat Earth truth, the biblical flat Earth truth. One thing I want to point out, the obvious, we're all standing upright on the flat Earth, and they always make fun of, boats going over the side. On a ball, obviously, if you live in a ball, there's an edge. You're basically you can fall over the side too. So, and of course, their thing is, gravity makes everything stick to the ball. But either way, they can try to mock a flat Earth with falling over the edge. Where obviously, like I showed earlier with the fake phony, I showed that one. Let's see here with the fake phony globe. Obviously, from the top, you're going over the edge, underneath. So, anyways. let's move on here. And that gets to the basic foundation of video games. So again, this is nothing new when it comes to, say, like PlayStation with the programming. No, they've been obviously at this for the longest time. And that gets into, with the extremely popular Atari 2600. And as you can see, the release date September 11th, 1977. So this was done on purpose. I don't have it here, but the Atari logo, it's basically like a pitchfork, a trident. That's basically their logo. And actually, you can see it here. Unless what I'm getting at here is after the first initial release of the Atari 2600, remember on the box, it says game program, like you're being programmed. And it's kind of hard to see here, but with the Atari logo, but you have that trident symbolism on the bottom here. But again, the program, the last card in this case is the Space Invaders, like Project Bluebeam. You have that that happening right there. And yeah, what do you have also before that? Before Project Bluebeam, and it's funny because you have the blue box, is you have asteroids, which obviously in recent history is a lot of talk. And of course, the number 66, again, game programming asteroids. So they're planting seeds, obviously, with all this, with all these video game programs. And obviously, Missile Command is based on humans. It's basically, quote, global defense. And you have here, basically, what they're doing here is you have all these individual cities, and you have these invaders from outer space, basically, with warfare, targeting these different cities throughout the world. And your job as a missile command is to defend the cities. This is all again about the so-called alien invasion, and obviously it's all in plain sight. And again, just really quickly, from a video that I put out a while back, the Godzilla versus Kong movie. And again, they're showing the flat Earth truth in plain sight. Godzilla under the dome. It says dome here. And as you move forward, you actually see Godzilla hitting the dome with a spear. Let me back that up, actually. And you see it here with Godzilla. I'm sorry, with not Godzilla, with King Kong. With King Kong throwing the spear. And obviously hitting the dome and the firmament, basically. And what I find interesting, it's almost like they, it has the honeycomb, the web, the way it's kind of built. They're showing that, like they have some kind of knowledge of something, or something of that sort, where it's actually built in these segments, like again, like a wasp nest or bee's nest. These almost like honeycomb type of segments. Yeah, but again, just going from the entertainment aspect, just showing how they're putting that truth out there in plain sight for all to see. And actually, let me stop here momentarily. Well, actually, I want to point this out as well before I do that. And again, the video game industry, when it comes, so this is a PlayStation, like I said, this is PlayStation. So even the competitors, this is Sega, this is Sonic Adventure, and you see the 666 in the back of this CD, this case. It says 6 stories, 6 characters, 6 actions. And definitely, and here, what do you have here? Hopefully you guys can see that good. But on the bottom left corner, you see the serpentine coil. So you have PlayStation with the snake, like I showed previously. And basically you have a snake or serpent coil on the Dreamcast. They're casting dreams, like you're in a trance almost. And obviously, this is the symbol for hypnosis as well, with the spiral symbolism. But again, so you have your snake symbol with Dreamcast with the 666 in plain sight. And like I showed earlier, you had, where was it here? You had the serpent here with PlayStation. So it doesn't matter if it's Sony or Sega, they both have the serpent logo, just like NASA. So these are things, again, NASA's the obvious one, but these video games, it's really flown under the radar. And obviously, I'm really into studying symbolism that a lot of people, I don't want to say here, but a lot of people in other channels, they brush aside. It doesn't mean anything. Where is it going to get you? It gets you, it opens your mind to this deceived world. And they're telling you, the people that run these companies, they're Masons, and through signs and symbols, how Masons communicate, they're telling you what they're all about, deception. And they're putting it in everybody's face. So, but I find it interesting. And also, I should mention Sega, like I mentioned before, Sega is ages backward. So that's, again, the duality, that the reverse. Sega ages the age of Genesis, which obviously Sega made Genesis, the Sega Genesis system. Prior to that, they had the Sega Master System, Master like Lord. So there's a lot of, obviously, occult hidden in plain sight with the video game industry. Now, this is something I need to touch upon before moving forward. Let me take a quick peek, make sure everybody sees everything fine in the chat, make sure everything's is going smoothly. Also on the YouTube side. Okay, let's get back here. Let me get back here to photo station. Okay, so I talked about this before with Oktoberfest, Flat Over Fest with the Flat Earthers. Easy for me to say, but this this was from Greenville, South Carolina, and this was the meetup for the last Flat Earth meetup with the Stooges and all. And like I said before, it looks like a concentration camp with all the the cyclone fences and the barbed wire wrapped around me. Give me a break. And obviously, as y'all can see, this is the Greenville Shriner Club. So again, out of all the locations that the suspected flat earthers, so-called truthers, are having a flat earth meetup, basically a Masonic, facility, a Shriners Club. So again, all these thousands of venues you could have selected, throughout the U.S. or Canada or wherever, to host one of these meetups, and they pick a Masonic, Shriners Club to have their meeting. Obviously, this is done as mockery. Now, this, to me, this is the last straw, Mark. I given you a break for the longest time. You've done things that were suspect for the longest time. Now, during this flat earth meetup, you're wearing a Masonic hat here. Like, this is some big joke. You already wore that 33 last time, or a few times ago. Flat earth meetup. I believe it was at the Pyramid building, Pyramid Hotel or restaurant, whatever. Now Mark Sargent is wearing a Masonic hat with the logo. And to me, Mark, I defended you for the longest time. I gave you a break, but enough's enough, Mark. This is not funny. You're not funny, Mark. And the mockery has to stop. This is what they do on the other side. They love to mock. And now Mark's mocking everybody. So Mark, that's it, Mark. I'm done. Done with Mark and done with your nonsense of showing, your allegiance to Freemasonry. You can joke, you can say you're joking all you want, but it's not the first time. Back in 2015, you're sitting at a chair doing the Masonic hand sign. I gave you a pass. You wore the 33 shirt. And now you're constantly doing it. So what do you see here in the background as well? Just interesting with this design with the 666. I'll get into this later on. But yeah, enough's enough. Stupid hat. And I'm tired of these fakers and the mockery. I gave, like I said, I'm being repetitive here. I gave him so many breaks. I left it alone, but no, he's done this too many times, and enough's enough. I'm tired of the globers. I'm tired of the fake flat earthers that have infiltrated truth. And 99% of so-called truthers, are fakers. They're not real. They're working for the other side. All you need to do is if they're not pushing the biblical flat earth truth, watch out, stay away. You can eavesdrop and listen to what they're saying, but as far as looking at them as a leader, if they're not talking the Bible, they're not talking the biblical truth, and they're definitely wearing the signs and symbols of the enemy, then definitely he's not on our side, obviously. And I pretty much knew this from the start, but I'm just going to be very blunt to everybody out there. And this is before Flat Earth. I knew there were a lot of people in truth that were working for the other side that I spoke with. And I even gave them hints that I knew they worked for the other side. One example is a guy in Canada, Montreal, Canada. His name was Police State Radio. Many of you might not know who he is, but he used to make a lot of videos way back 2011, 12, 2010, and so forth. So we used to talk on Skype, and I told him, because I had a feeling, I actually knew he's working for the other side, because he's supposedly married to truther girl Sonia, which, if any of you don't know, she was a whole part of the 9/11 truther movement. So there's supposedly a couple. And I watched their videos. He's wearing the red, she's wearing the blue, and all that stuff. But what it comes down to is he made some suspect videos. I had a call with them on Skype, and I said, look, I talked to a lot of people, in the so-called truth movement, and there's people that I know are agents working for the side that I talked to. And he became very, very quiet. And we stopped talking after actually about 2015, when I started making flat earth videos, because he used to comment on all my videos. And then when I started making flat earth videos, he went under the comment section and he said something about derogatory against flat earth. He made a video talking about flat earth. So basically I buried him pretty badly. And after a while, he tried to apologize and try to be friends. But hey, it's like when you break a vase. Once you drop a vase, you can glue it back together, but it's never going to be the same vase again. You're going to see the chips, you can see the cracks. It's already damaged. There's nothing you can do to make it how it was prior. So that's kind of like friendships. Once it's damaged, usually, a lot of times when it's heavily damaged, you can try to piece it back together, but it's not going to be like it was prior. So I just want to mention that. And on a positive, I'm going to take this off momentarily. And I want to discuss something else here. Let me see here. Let me do this. Let me stop this. But yeah, just to show, it's not a joking matter. He's done, again, talking about Mark, he's done this too many times, and enough's enough. Actually, before I continue on, I'm going to take a look at the chat and see what's going down in the chat right now before I move forward, because I want to move on a positive side as we move forward. But let's take a look here. Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate it. You said a great analogy. Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate it. Oh, it's great to see you in there, Barry. I appreciate that. Yeah, listen, if you're a truther and if someone's telling lies, they're not a truther, and that's gets to Wimpy Weiss saying he had the bug on an Australian radio show. Yeah, he tried to do damage control after, but again, if you're a truther, so-called truther telling lies, that's not a good look. So there's no excuse for that, and I don't care what they say. Oh, I'm just doing it to make it easy. I don't want to touch upon the subject. No, you tell the truth if you're a truther. You don't lie. But that's Wimpy Weiss. He lying is his language. He's very fluent in it. That's his language. Piece of garbage that guy is, anyways. All right, let's take a quick look here. Before I get back to screen share, I want to just take a quick look. Let's see. Great to see you in there, Isabella M. Fantastic to see you in there. Let's see what else we got here before we move forward. Okay. I'm gonna get into an individual. Let me stop that screen share momentarily, and thanks so much once again. Let me just take this off here, and I'm so sorry. Just taking off so everybody can see. Let's see here. Oh, take that off here momentarily. All right, let's get back here. I'm gonna stop presenting. Let me get back to presenting. Let me get the right screen here. Let me make sure I have the right one here. All right, let me see here. Let me see here before I. Okay, it should be. Oh, here we go. This is what I want to talk about. An individual that actually was on his channel, and as you can see, his name here, Flatzoid. Yeah, let me do this here for Flatzoid. He deserves. Everybody here definitely should sub to his channel. Let me get a little bit better perspective. No pun intended there. Flatzoid. Yeah, really great dude. To me, like I said, in my estimation, the number one flat Earth researcher is Flat Earth Banjo, Eddie. But to me, the number one flat Earth debater is Flatzoid, without exception. He absolutely demolishes individuals here. As you see, this piece of garbage, Craigie. This guy, oh my goodness, what a worm Craigie Fight the Flat Earth is. We'll get more to Craig later on, but basically, Flatzoid completely destroys Craig Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, demolishes him. I've never seen Craig Fight the Flat Earth stumbling over his words so much. You know, Flatzoid sticks it to him. Flatzoid knows the ball Earth lies better than most. So he's speaking, he knows their language of lies. And when it comes down to this is how science, mainstream science works. I want to make sure it's presenting properly so everybody can see. Definitely, again, if anybody could drop a link to Flatzoid in the chat, or you can just obviously go to YouTube and just put his name down. You'll find it. Definitely subscribe to him. So this is what needs to be understood. Might be obvious to some, but what it comes down to with the whole globe lie system, the whole lie has to be based upon, conjecture, things that can't be proven, things that you just constantly spin wheels round and round. Things that obviously can't be proven in the real world. Make it super complicated. Make it super advanced. It's like the best analogies. It's like explaining how what's maybe a good analogy. Say how the hyperdrive on the Millennium Falcon works. It's super technical, but it's all fantasy. It's all on paper. It's all math equations you can't prove. So that's the whole globe side of it. Talk about things that are in the sky. Talk about numbers. Talk about things that you can't, non-tangibles. And again, the wheels just keep spinning and spinning. And any information they just deny. And they're basically just liars. And obviously, Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, is a professional liar. And we'll definitely get more into Craig in a little bit. But definitely want, more importantly, is really give, Flatzoid perspective. Definitely he deserves a lot more subscribers. And not only smart guy, funny, witty, and just, really good dude as well. And I have a live stream that's on his channel with him that we did, what was it, about 2-3 weeks ago. But again, the point is, Flatzoid knows their lies very well. So you have to understand their language to combat their nonsense. Because all these people in the globe side of things, again, math equations make things super complicated. and try to get your head spinning. When again, it's just pseudoscience nonsense that can't be proven in the real world. So again, thanks so much, Flatzoid, and he's based out of South Africa, and I appreciate you, brother, so very much. And again, my number one flat Earth debater, Flatzoid, my number one flat Earth researcher, definitely flat Earth Banjo Eddie in Japan. All right, let's see here. Let me stop with this share momentarily. All right, let's stop with that temporarily here. And let's take a look at the chat before we move forward. And thanks so much for that, hon. Romina El Despotar has a Flatzoid's Perspectives channel. Definitely much appreciated, Romina, putting that up there. And got that right there. Well, Ryan, I have a real problem with Flat Earth Music Guru. You know, when things went sour with the so-called baby truthers, he definitely picked sides. And yeah, you know, I mean, unfortunately, you know, I work like this. You know, there's people that are involved in truth that are, quote, in good terms with the other side, and they're on good terms with me. They don't want to get involved with it. And I'll say this: people like Crow, people like Secrets of Saturn, Rose, you know, these are people that I speak with. I did a I'll get into it a little bit. Actually, let me just show it right now. Let me show that right now here. Let me get to it right. Actually, here it is. Let me and this is well deserved as well. Let me see if I can get this here. Stop presenting. Let me get to present again. And let me take that off. Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks so much, Al Despotar Ramina. You are most welcome. But thanks so much for that, and I appreciate it. Yeah, and Barry says, love for Crow. Absolutely. Crow's, you know, here's the thing is, and I'll get to it right now, actually. Let me get the proper thing. Let me take that off. And let me just remove, I got to remove a few open windows here. There's too many windows open, and it's hard to track down what I want to present. Okay. That should be good enough. All right, let me get to present. And let's see here. Yeah, and also I should mention, we're talking about Crow, Secrets of Saturn, and also Wayne McRoy as well, who I did recently. I did a stream with both Jason Lindgren and Wayne McRoy, and definitely we have fantastic live streams together. And this is what I'm getting at. You know, Jason, he's in good terms with people that I'm not in good terms with, and I have respect for Jason. I have respect for Crow, because in my estimation, they're no nonsense, and obviously Wayne as well. They like to have a good time. They like to joke around, but they're no nonsense at the same time. Not straw manning people, you know, and presenting good information. You know, not deniers of truth like Jaron, you know, denying the undeniable when it comes to psyops that have been proven to be psyops, and he still calls them real, you know. And let me see here as well. And I did a live stream with, I did more than a few times with Jason and Wayne, and I appreciate them immensely. And here's the thing is, like, I'll speak with Jason privately on Skype, and if he has a disagreement with me, he'll tell me. But he does it in a very respectful way, and I respect Jason as well. So we I don't want to say we butt heads, but if we disagree with something, we're always on good terms, because we're good like that. And I know he's no nonsense. When I smell a rat, the gloves come off, you know, and that's what it comes down to. But I want to actually share something else as well. Let me see if I can do that with a click here. Is that going to change over or no? Actually, I need to remove that, and let me see here. I got to do something. Let me actually stop this, and then let me get back to present again. All right, let's see what we got here. Not that one. Okay, here we go. So again, I'm showing this is on let me see here if I got that. Okay, this is on Secret of Saturn. That's the wrong one there. Let me see here. Let me get to the right page. Okay, I got too many windows. Okay, so this is Secret of Saturn's channel here, and definitely subscribe to his channel. Again, I've done more than a few live streams with both Wayne, Jason, and also Crow a couple times as well. And I really enjoy speaking with Crow. And again, Crow's someone, obviously, you know, he speaks with people I don't like, to say the least. But again, you know, there's certain individuals that, you know, that remain neutral with all of this. And I appreciate it. And of course, Rose herself, top right corner, as well. And I appreciate not this person. Forget about this person here. Definitely forget about that person on the bottom right corner. But anyways, what I'm getting at is I'm not going to just speak about the negative. I'm going to speak about the positive. And also, I should mention this. And I'm going to stop this. And again, this wasn't planned, but I'm going to do this as well. And this might surprise some people. But let me see here. Let me close that window. And let me do this here. Hold on, everyone. I just call it like I see it. You know, and that's all I know how to do. And let me see if I can find it here before I move forward. All right. So like I said, I call it like I see it. And it's this individual here that I think is did a really good job. Let me actually get to the present part before I continue on. All right. And so this might surprise some people, but that's okay. Let me make sure I got this right here. All right. Let me share that right now. This individual here, this is on actually Jaren's channel. And I saw this, and her name is Peggy Hall. And I think she did a fantastic job. A Bible believer, a flat earther. And I'm so sorry there, Barry. Let me see if I can do this here. I apologize for that, Barry. I got to remove this temporarily here so we all can see this here. Just 1 second. And I see Cheyenne there. Good to see you in there. And let me just take this off momentarily. And maybe I'll play a little bit and just listen to what she says. You know, everybody can come to their own conclusions, but out of everybody, you know, again, this is on Jaren's channel. Someone that's part of their, what you call their Flat Earth meetup online. And I listened to what she had to say. And she's you know, supports the Bible, supports God's flat earth. And just take a quick listen to what is said here. And anybody can take the time to go to the channel and listen for yourself. But let's get to it here. Let's take a listen, or attempt to take a listen here, what is said here by Peggy Hall, which I thought was fantastic. And this is just a segment. I don't have an exact timestamp. I'm just going to play it here just for about a minute or so.
Them to tell me. So when we're having the hard conversations, I find it very, very powerful to also open your mind to be exactly in the position of an open-minded recipient of knowledge, just like we're asking others to be. We've seen it again and again and again and again in all of this hogwash, as I call it, over the last couple of years. People like you and me who actually knew that this was a major hoodwink. We knew that they were bamboozling us, that there was no authority for shutting things down, for telling people they were essential and you were not, to telling you to suffocate yourself for the health of others. You know, and I know that that was all orchestrated for control, for oppression, to usher in a higher degree of tyranny, totalitarianism. Exactly the oldest trick in the book, deception. Deception is completely integrated with confusion. All right, those are the tools of the enemy. 3 tools: division, deception, and despair. There are many others, but in my...
I'm going to stop right there. It kind of reminds me of what I said, the 3 Ds, distract, divide, and distract, divide, and what was the third one? I forgot. Divide, distract, and deceive. That's it. So it's very similar to what I said and she also has the 3Ds as well. And let's continue on.
Experience and my view, that sums it up.
Actually go back here
and their foundations of their life, and it all crumbles. So I do want everyone to know that there is support, that if you supernatural strength is connected to you. But the fact is, God is there. He will answer these questions for you. If you pray, if you read the Bible, if you spend time meditating on his word, if you spend time in silence, reaching out to God, asking God to show you the truth of his creation, he will do so. And I firmly believe that this is a part of how I have come to this knowledge. So
that's what it comes down to. Definitely. I haven't heard, to be honest, a ton from Peggy Hall, but definitely mentioned the Bible. I'm not sure about the meditating part. That word being used as far as that's concerned, but definitely the right message about God, the Creator, the biblical, obviously the biblical aspect of the flat Earth is being presented, which is a really good thing to see on Jaron's channel. And I know he's obviously anti-God of the Bible, so to have Peggy Hall speaking about the biblical creator God is a fantastic thing. So yeah, I'm gonna call it like I see it, and yeah, I look at it as obviously a positive and a good thing. Yeah, people can come to their own conclusions, but like I said, I'm just calling it like I see it. Absolutely, Jason. She is, and again, here's the thing with me is I don't care who it is, on whose channel. If it resonates with me, if they're speaking real truth, I'm gonna say it. I just don't quote pick enemies or people I'm against just to do it. I listen to what they say, and they have to be consistent too. Moving forward, there's got to be consistency as well, and that's kind of how I look at it. So, people say, "Oh, you're always, ragging on people, giving people a hard time." But yeah, I mean, that's the problem is there's not a lot of people speaking real truth. And that's why you hear, quote, negativity when the reality is there's a lot of so-called truthers not speaking the truth. And I'm going to say something about that. So if people have a problem with me speaking the truth, well, go listen to liars then, don't listen to me. Go listen to, I don't listen on Jaron's channel, by the way. Listen to Jaron talk about is the God of the Bible worthy of our worship? This is what he says in the title of one of his videos. So that's but for him to allow this, I'm surprised. But whatever the case is, definitely fantastic to hear this again from Peggy Hall on Jaron's channel. And Charlie, great to see you in there. Let me see here. Actually, I'm going to take a look here. Let me see something here on the YouTube side of things. Just bear with me, everyone, while I do this here. Let me see here. And I'm going to add some mods here. Charlie girl, I just added you. Charlie, I added you. Let's see what else we got here. Isabella. All right. And let's see else, because obviously this channel is pretty much a new channel. I haven't had it all sorted out with adding mods, so definitely going to take the time, because when I'm looking on the StreamYard side of things, I can't do that. So let me take a quick look here. Let's see here. And Barry, obviously, yes. Let's see what else we hear. All right, I added a few. I'll add some more later on when I get some more time. All right, just hold tight, everyone. No worries, Charlie girl. You're very welcome. And also, great to see you in there. RJ Money, fantastic, brother. All right, I'm back here. No, I don't. actually, RJ, but I will have one. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have one in the future for sure. Not currently, but I'll have, maybe a channel for videos, one for live streams. We'll see. We'll see. But let me take a quick look here as well. Let's see. And Cheyenne, let's see here. All right. I think I got a good amount here. All right. Let's get back here to the questions. Charlie, you're very welcome. Well deserved, brother. Yeah. God bless you. And good to see good amount of people here, and I appreciate all of you. Yeah, Jason, I understand. I do. Listen, Jaron is the most obvious out of all the shills. He is like, it's him and Wimpy Weiss are obvious, but Jaron is just so transparent. He denies the undeniable, and the whole point is giving you a little bit of truth, but not the full truth. That's the recipe of the shills. But to me is this: I can clearly see his channel with 156,000 subs. They're bogus. They're bought and paid for, because I mean, I can have, like, for example, on this channel I have here, on one video I have like 24. I'm sorry, not 24. 2.4 to almost 3,000 views on a video that's a week old. He has 156,000 subs. He'll have less than that with 156,000 subs. It doesn't make sense. So there's a lot of people, quote, tuning out, or it's just inflated. I see the same thing with what's that guy's name? High Impact Flicks, what I call Low Impact Flicks. Same thing. He has a ton of subscribers, but his view counts, or even so-called Professor Dave. I mean, his non-flyer videos, they get like, ridiculously low amount of views for a guy that has over 2 million views. I mean, he has 2 million, not 2 million. For a guy that has 2 million subscribers, then he'll have a video that has like, 2,000 views or 3,000 views in a week. How can that be? How is that possible for a channel with over 2 million subscribers? So it's obvious what's happening. Yeah, they're not legit. It's inflated numbers. Yeah, like I said before, Eric H. Hot Dog Steamer. Like I said before, Jaron Campanella with the bell in it, and Campanella's 33. So it's funny that Jaron always mocks when I say he mocks when I say the 33, but he's a 33 name. He's always downplaying the 33, obviously. Gatekeeping. All right, let's take a look here. Before we continue, obviously, RJ Money, Junkyard Jaron, and Dumpster Dave. Yeah, that's what I coined them. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a business. I mean, David Weiss and Jaron don't care about truth. They're in this solely for a payday. It's about making a buck. Nothing else. Nothing else. And how do you make a living? He complained about, he has super chats for, I think, $22 on one stream. So living in California, how do you survive off a live stream making $22 if you do that for a living? So obviously, I'm not buying. It's almost like these C actors where they're getting money from GoFundMe. They're getting money. They're getting money from different sources, and the super chats are just whatever. It's like a tip. It's literally just a tip compared to his real earnings. That's probably the best way to put it. That's right, man. You got that right. El Despotar is the ultimate RV mod, 100%. Thanks for that, brother. Appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, it's so obvious to me. It's very transparent. It's a money grab. It's about making a buck. I do live streams once in a while. I have a job. This is something I do on the side. I don't do this for a living. I've been doing truth forever, but I do it on my spare time. I'm not streaming here, 2-3 times a week, for a money grab like Jaron. That's what it's about for him and the others. All right, let's move on here. I'm going to take a look here, and before we get back, the other the other clown is David Weiss, aka Wimpy Weiss. He's the one. Well, let me put it this way. All right, let me take a look here. Actually, let me see here. Let me take this off momentarily, and let's take a look at this debacle quickly here. Let me see here. Let me remove that. Remove that. And let me take a quick peek here. Let's see here. Okay. All right, let's take a look here. All right, I found it quickly, and let's see here. Let me present it right now. And I just saw something that I did not see until now on the YouTube side of things. We'll get to that in a second. But to me, hopefully y'all can see that. Let me see here. Let me make sure that's coming through. So, like I said, Mark Sargent wearing the Masonic hat at the Shriners Club, the Shriners Temple, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, that's it, Mark. No more excuses. No more, protecting someone that's going to constantly mock flat earthers. And obviously, as we all can see, you type in flat Earth in the YouTube search, the first person you see is Mark Sargent, ABC News. What kills me is Mark, and then you have Patricia Steer. Patricia Steer didn't make a single flat Earth presentation video, not a single one, but she's also on ABC, CBS talking about flat Earth, but not a single video presentation, no flat Earth evidence. Obviously, she worked for the media. She's in bed with the media, and obvious. But like again, no more excuses. But I just saw this. But here's before I even show this with Mike Tyson, and this piece of garbage, Graham Hancock. What a I don't know. This is a new video I haven't seen yet, but we'll take a look at that in a second. Actually, I got to be careful. It might be copyright video, so I'm going to take a listen to it quickly before I play it, because I don't want to get have issues with that. But what I'm getting at here is this. Here's Wimpy Weiss, and this is a controlled environment, like I said. Almost 3 million. You guys see that? Let me blow it up a little bit so you can see it a little bit better. Yeah, hopefully you guys can see that now. I'm not sure. Let me actually got to remove that. I'm sorry about that, brother. So you can see it better. So you see Professor Dave, so-called Professor Dave, and Wimpy Weiss. Yeah, let me see if I can even blow it up even more here. Let me see if I can do that. Let's see if we get it. It's hard to see on the maybe you guys can see that now. Let's see here. Yeah, I think you guys can see it now. It's 2.7, almost 3 million views on Wimpy Weiss being demolished by design, on purpose, by so-called Professor Dave. And I said this before, and I'll say it again. David Weiss has never done a real flat Earth debate. He just talks to people that know nothing about the globe. They know nothing about flat Earth. They know nothing about anything when it comes to the cosmology of this world. So he enters this debate, his first, quote, real debate. Now imagine you have a real flat earther like Flatzoid in a debate against Professor Dave, and he would completely demolish Professor Dave. There is zero doubt in my mind that this is a controlled debate. There's too much at stake for a real flat earther to have a debate against Professor Dave. And what if Professor Dave lost? This large channel with, I don't know, 3 million 2.53 million subscribers. Imagine, for example, Flatzoid goes in there and completely demolishes Professor Dave, or Mitchell in Australia, or from Australia, goes in there and demolishes Professor Dave. That would do a huge, huge service to get the flat earth truth out there. But nope. Just like Jaron in his failed experiment with Behind the Curve. Like I said before, why didn't Jaron do that experiment prior to it being taped? To make sure everything would go according to plan. Like he said, oh, that's interesting. I didn't expect that. Well, dummy, if you did the experiment prior, and make sure everything was aligned, it would go right. But obviously that was meant to be put out that way. Then he grovels back to the flat earth community. Oh, that was a misunderstanding, and I was taken out of context. No, that was meant to be put out there like that. Just like Bob from Globebusters with the supposed detecting rotation of the earth. All these things are meant to happen for the mainstream audience to see. Then again, they go back to the flat earth community and they apologize. Oh, they make excuses. So what I'm getting at, definitely imagine Flatzoid, Mitchell in Australia, Nathan Oakley, Nathan Thompson, any of these guys demolish Professor Dave. And I even said myself, I'm putting their names out there. I'd even talk to this guy, but he won't talk to me. There's no way it would happen. I said that before. And there's absolutely no way Professor Dave would speak with me. Absolutely not. He's only going to speak to those in a controlled environment. That very simple. And again, the whole purpose is for so-called flat earthers, to look good in front of their audience, but when they go in the mainstream, to purposely fail and stumble, purposely in putting flat earth back, setting it back, taking many steps back, purposely, and basically never getting flat earth over the hump. And obviously that's by design. That's by design, 100%. So let's stop with this one here. But again, the embarrassment by Wimpy Weiss, this utter garbage, this fake debate with a fake flat earther and a fake professor. How fitting. And you have some goon in the corner. He looks like, I don't believe in aliens or reptilians, but he looks like one. The guy in the far left, left-hand corner, was his name Sean Atwood or whatever it is. Anyways, let's stop this one. I'm going to get into something positive here. Unfortunately, with all the shills, the shill network on YouTube, it's hard to speak positive, unfortunately. But let's get to some positive stuff here. Let me get back to the share present. Let me see here. Okay, let's see. All right, let's stop that. All right, let's get back to share screen. Let me get the window here. Let me see here. Yeah, and Nathan Oakley and crew. Let me see here. Make sure that's presenting properly there. Yeah, there's Nathan. Flat Earth Debate on his channel. Definitely sub to Nathan Oakley's channel. Nathan Oakley 1980. He also has his own personal channel as well. Definitely sub to that one as well. But day in and day out grinding, putting out the flat earth truth and looking at things, looking into the fine details. There's a few people. I don't want to say a few. There's a couple people there I don't really care for at all when it comes to his panel. But hey, we all can't get along. But the main thing is Nathan Oakley. Basically the daily debates, the flat earth debates, and going after properly so-called Professor Dave. And let's see here as well. And definitely, and definitely going after jerkinism. And here's I'm going to pause here. And definitely, like I said, subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 channel. But what I'm getting at here is, obviously they have this beef. I have a serious problem, and I should have mentioned this earlier, with the whole Artemis so-called rocket launch with the Orion capsule, where these complete imbeciles on the Globebusters Jaron, Bob, Whitsitt, they all believe they actually have people aboard the rocket. You got to be kidding me. And here's Whitsitt right here. And here's Jerkinism. But let me stop this momentarily here. So I want to get back to the photo stage part of this. So let me get back here to really set the stage here. Let me take no, not Artemis. I apologize. Not Artemis. The I apologize. I'm covering too many things here. Not the Artemis. The Jeff Bezos. Let me see if I can find it first. Where is it out here? Oh, I thought I had it here. Let me see here. Yeah, I apologize for that. I said Artemis. Artemis, obviously, they have supposedly dummies aboard the Orion capsule. I'm trying to find, where is it? Let me scroll up here. Hold on. Hold tight, everyone. I need to find it real quick here, if I can. Maybe I don't have that image. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to have to Google. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to look this up here. I apologize. I didn't have this prepared. Let me see here. Something else I covered, and I mixed it up with the Artemis. Artemis, like I said, obviously they're just dummies aboard. Yeah, here it is right here. So let me get back to the present. And let's see here. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. So you guys can see that, right? So Jaron, Bob, and Whitsitt, they believe that this so-called dude perfect guy, what's his name? Cody Cotton, whatever his name is, this piece of garbage supposedly was in a rocket, went up, in a rocket with the crew. Let me explain this for these deceivers. There's nothing to explain to deceivers. They're going to constantly keep deceiving. No one in NASA, nobody within Blue Origin, SpaceX, have been into so-called space. They don't launch real people into these rockets at all. It's just a production. They don't want to risk someone actually getting hurt or killed aboard one of these rockets. It's not necessary to really launch people faking space. We're going to fake this, but we're going to put real people in a capsule. And I already explained in my video with this so-called Dude Perfect, when he came back down with the so-called landing, not the landing, but the landing of the capsule, that there's no ambulance, there's no EMTs, there's no fire truck. So obviously it's all staged, where he never went in space. And I can't believe, I can believe, because they're shills. They're actually pushing Bob, Jaron, and Whitsitt that this guy and others have been in rockets and have been in the sky. There's no reason to do that. It's just a movie. It's just like watching, it's like watching Star Trek and oh yeah, even though there's no deep space, there's a point where William Shatner's aboard the Enterprise and it's cruising within Earth's so-called atmosphere. No, it's just a production, cut scenes. No one's going in a rocket. So let me make it very simple. When it comes to NASA, from the inception, Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, Alan Bean, all these people, none of them have been in so-called space in any type of rocket. Just like the space shuttle missions. None of them are launched. They're all actors. None of them have been shot up into so-called space. That simple. So it's disturbing with Jaron and Glowbusters and crew pushing that they're actually launching people into the sky. What an absolute joke. It just boggles my mind and that people actually listen to these people. But then again, they deserve it. The sad thing is they're sending them super chats and they're getting lied to by a bunch of deceivers. And it's really embarrassing Guys like Whitson and Jaron and Bob are saying they're launching people in these rockets. It's just, I just throw my hands up in the air. And you really believe this guy? I'm not talking about the fake phony baller. To believe they actually launched this guy into the sky. What an insult. What a joke. Fake truthers, not baby truthers, fake truthers, what it comes down to it. So I'm going to stop that. And on a positive note, let me do this here. Positive note. Oh, by the way, before I even go any further regarding Junkyard Jaron and crew, specifically Jaron. All right, let's take a look here. Let me make sure I have this one here. All right, hold tight. All right, I got it here. Okay, good. Got this pretty quick here. All right, let me just share this one here. All right, you guys can see that, right? Let me make sure you guys. So this is the individual I talked about before that Jaron has heavily promoted as, you know, some amazing so-called artist. You know, this McDonald character, Tom McDonald. And look at this. You see this? When it comes to the darkening of eyes, either all white or all black with the eyes, it represents demon possession. So this is a guy that Jaron's promoting as some amazing truth speaker through his music. This guy throwing up devil horns. You know, all the let me see here if I can find it actually. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find it here. Let me close this one here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm looking for a specific. Let's see here. Hold on, everybody. It's on a different page. I got to close it out. I got to get a new page here. Let me see here. Let's see here. Just be a moment. It'll just be a moment. Yeah, I found it pretty quickly here, actually. Take a look here. Perfect demonstration of Jaron, who hates the Bible. He hates the God of the Bible. Promoted Aleister Crowley, and he's promoting this guy, as we all can see. Clearly doing the devil horns, the Baphomet. And to Jaron, this guy's a hero. This man's a hero. Upside down crosses, all the nonsense. The X on the forehead, and Jaron's excuses. Oh, but he's not signed with a major label. Yeah, they can easily hide that and do the paperwork behind closed doors. And definitely, they want to present it like, you know, he's like an independent artist doing it on his own. But definitely, you know, this is expected of Jaron promoting basically a satanic sellout. This Jaron is himself. You know, that's what Jaron is. You know, same thing. You know, I'm tired of the deceivers. They got to be constantly exposed. And so one satanic sellout basically promoting another one. That's what it comes down to. You know, and there's no more excuses. And the worst thing is there's actual Christians on Jaron's chat box and unbelievable. That's all I got to say about that. Unbelievable. Now, on a positive note, let me get rid of that. On a positive note, let me get back to presenting and let me show this with a very good friend of mine and well-deserved. Let me actually got to do it again. Let me do this. My very good brother, John Contouris, as you all can see here, with Greek News on Demand. I was recently on Greek TV, once again on Astra TV, with Billy and John. John being the translator. We covered the flat earth topic in great detail. It aired on Greek TV this past Saturday. And I really hit upon a lot of things. A lot of things you guys have seen already. But this is, you know, for the Greek audience, and I really appreciate Astro TV, which means obviously Star TV, with John Contouris, and definitely take a look at his website, Greek. Like I said, it's in Greek and English. Greek News on Demand, and he's done it. I can't thank him enough. He's been a great brother for many years. We never had a crossed word. Obviously, a Bible believer, flat earther, and has done tremendous help for me. I can't thank him enough. A great brother, and also Billy as well. He's the host at the news station in Volos, Greece. And again, million thank yous to John Contouris, once again, of Greek News on Demand. And you might be able to find that the video again through a translator, so it's kind of cumbersome because I'm speaking and then it's translated to John. Then John tells the news, Billy, the newsman, and so maybe something that can be explained in 15, 20 minutes takes an hour and 50 minutes because we're dealing with the translation. So anyways, thanks again, brother. Much appreciated, John Contouris. All right, let me see here. Okay. Well, I'm going to take a look at the chat before I get back to the screen share, see what's happening, what's being said in the chat. Let's see here. Yes, Romina El Despotar, John Contouris is a great man. Yeah, he's fantastic. Been a great, great supporter. Yeah, and I really, really appreciate him. I've been on Greek TV, by the way. I don't know how many times. Maybe, I don't know. I would say 8 to 10 times, approximately. Yeah, so I really, and that's all thanks to, obviously, to John Contouris, obviously. And let's see what we got here. John 14:6. Yeah, Jerkinism says Crowley wasn't evil and to read his stuff. Exactly. I played that in a live stream. Jaron said in that live stream that I presented where Jaron's talking about Crowley, he goes, if you're really searching for truth, you need to listen to Aleister Crowley if you're serious about truth. What truth? What truth are you going to get from Crowley? Tell me. Unbelievable. So that gets into someone else I'm going to mention in a little bit, but yeah, it's obvious. You know, pushing that that McDonald character with all the satanic symbolism. It's funny. Jaron promotes every Satanist. It's amazing. He promotes Crowley. He promotes that McDonald, Tom McDonald, and I'm sure I haven't seen it, but wouldn't be surprised if he promoted Anton LaVey as a great man. He might as well. He's promoted every Satanist imaginable. You know, unbelievable. Then he goes, I have read a lot of his stuff. The guy has no soul. Was guiding people to hell with him 100% without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah. Yeah, people are transparent. This is what I always tell people. Doesn't matter if it's online or the real world. You're going to meet people that you think are okay in the beginning, or you might be suspicious of. But in time, everybody's true side comes out. The good, the bad, and the ugly. You know, it doesn't matter if it's family, friends, or whatever. Specifically online, you know. But some of these people are obviously, you know, too obvious. Too obvious. Yeah. And for anybody to say anything positive, Crowley, you could disregard them immediately. You can't take them seriously at all. So he's, you know, this is what Satanists do. They're carefully walking on eggshells promoting Satanism. With Jaron promoting Crowley and, like I said, Tom MacDonald, an obvious Satanist. Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's 100% right there too, brother. You said there, Matthew 7:20 KJV, wherefore by their fruits ye shall know them. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, this is a bit much, but what you're saying is the truth, Rock E. Shepherd. Listen, this is a bit much, but let me explain. Like I said before, these are the Illuminati. They're illuminated and they're naughty. So they definitely like those rockets, the phallus shaped rockets and all that. There's no doubt about that, and it's no big deal. We're all adults here, so this is the reality of what's happening. Yeah, that's 100%. Eno Toko, 100%. Yeah, he. That's the thing is though. That's the net that's been cast by Jaron. That's the net that's been cast by Eric Dubé, and also Dell, Beyond the Imaginary Curve, which I'll get into in a little bit. They all cast the same predictable net, giving you some good truth, presenting themselves very presentable in the beginning as good people. Then you find out later they're nothing more than deceivers and scumbags, and that's the reality of it, All right, let's see here before we continue on with the screen share. And I appreciate everybody tuning in. Definitely have a little bit ways to go here. Been going for 2 hours and 11 minutes. And yes, several times, but yes, thank you so much, hon, Ramina Despotar. Let's see. Oh, thanks so much. And I'm so sorry, Ramina. I didn't see this. Yeah, thank you so much for putting that up. And yeah, thank you for that. And definitely John Contreras on Twitter and his Greek News on Demand, as you all see. And thanks for the love. Very much appreciated for the heart. Thanks so much, hon. Hey, Jerry, you have no argument for me. I call them the small hat crew. Some say tiny hat, I say small hat crew. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Chris, yeah, it's horrible. And people are desensitized. Even the Christians are like, they're used to hearing on his channel, so it's almost like it's no big deal for them to hear him say these kind of things. So that's not okay with me. Thanks again, Ramin. I appreciate that. Thanks for the love. I appreciate it. Karen Lee, I appreciate you so very much for tuning in and all the support and love you give to me and the channel. Trace, thank you for the great info again. RV, love the live stream. Yeah, we're still going though. We're still going, but there's still more to share. Definitely. And Charlie Girl, love you all. Praise Jesus at all costs. Absolutely. And all good, Jerry. all good. Yeah, that's to come. That's the deception, with the basically the fallen angels, which are Lucifer and his 1/3 or 33%. Absolutely. Yeah, 100% Charlie Girl again. Even UFOologists in their writings going back to the 60s and 70s and 80s have stated about, through their research and these supposed alien encounters and these close encounters, supposedly with these abductions, and a lot of these UFOologists stated it doesn't make any sense for these so-called aliens to fly, these interstellar aliens, supposed interstellar aliens, to fly these great distances to come to Earth, and then to to do these type of things. And he goes, not he goes, but they go. So many of them have stated it's more like demon possession when they interview these individuals that believe that they had an encounter with a ET, an alien, they all described it basically just like a demon possession. And basically, they came to the conclusion that aliens are not from distant so-called planets; they're from here, and they've been here for a long time. And I played that video, and these again quotes from many ufologists throughout the years, and many very famous ones, of course. Yeah, they're just like people could say what they want. It could be, like I said, the duality aspect of giving some truth. You know, the 99% truth. I'm sorry, 99% lies and the 1% truth. In this case, when it comes to the ufologist, so it kind of reminds me of what's her name? I forgot her name now. How could I forget it? The famous ufologist female that I had she did the presentation with Werner von Braun. How can I forget her name? I'm very bad with names. Maybe somebody in the chat can help me out here. What was her name again? The one female that talked about working with Werner von Braun at Fairchild, and I did so many videos on her, and for some reason I can't remember her name. Oh, Carol Rosin. That's it. Thank you, Eric H. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just, like I said, I'm so bad with names. So bad with names. And it's Carol Rosin. Where basically she does conventions talking about aliens, UFOs all the time. And then in one interview, she says it's all a lie, according to, again, Werner von Braun. So that's basically, again, the duality aspect. I find that very interesting. But after that, even after saying it's all a lie about UFOs and asteroids and aliens, she continued to do UFO presentations, all across the country, which is very strange. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Jerry. I appreciate that. Like I said, I'm horrible with names, very bad with remembering names. Yeah, Romina Despot, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's right. UFO tour and all that. Yeah, Ryan. Carol Rosin passed away. Huh? I believe it was it this last year or how long ago? How long ago did she pass away? Let me see here. She hasn't passed away. They, I'm just looked it up. You're probably thinking of someone else. I'm thinking about someone else too, in the UFO community. I believe we're thinking about the other guy. I forgot his name as well. Let me see. Famous UFO researchers. I think it was Stanton Friedman. That let me see here. Let me see here. Let me see here. Is it Stanton Friedman that passed away? Yeah, Stanton Friedman passed away in 2019. That's who I was thinking of. And by the way, obviously he's another small hat. Yeah, there you go. Romina's got it there. Yeah, 78 years old. Well, Ryan, you say you're mistaken. Then who's the other one that looks like her that's in the UFO community? Yeah, Shiana, yeah, that's right. Jack Parsons, he passed away quite a while ago. But he was definitely an occultist, Satanist. There's no doubt about that. So Ryan, who's the one that looks like Carol Rosin? I'm wondering. A female. You said there's a female that passed away in the UFO research community. Who is that then? Um, Let me see here. Good to see their next pass. We're talking about different UFOologists. We're on the topic of the UFO deception and how Carol Rosin mentioned, quoting Werner von Braun saying, in her conversation before Werner von Braun passed away, that basically Werner von Braun said, talking about, asteroids, talking about UFOs, and it's all a lie. It's all a lie. And remember, Carol, it's all a lie. Let's see here. Let me scroll up. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, you do that, Ryan. Yeah, I'll look back in the chat. I'm going to get back to screen sharing pretty soon, but I definitely want to take a look here before I move forward. Yeah, that's a great quote there. Tragic flat Earth, Proverbs 12:19. The lip of truth shall be established forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. That's absolute truth. And also, liars don't like to be questioned. Ask Bob about the gyroscope experiment. All he does is get upset. He gets angry. He rages, just like a NASA deceiver. He rages. Something horrible. But the truth doesn't mind being questioned. It's like this. If someone knocks on your door and they say they work for the electric company or the water company, they say they're here to check your lines to make sure everything's working right. And if you ask them, hey, just to verify, I want you have a company badge or some kind of ID. And if they're legit, they'll say, oh, no problem. It's good that you're verifying. But if a guy's like, a scammer, it's like, oh, well, I don't have to show you that. I'm leaving. That's what a scammer would do. But the person that's really working for either department, they don't have a problem with that. They're not going to be offended because they know that there's scammers out there and they don't mind being questioned. So again, truth doesn't mind being questioned. Liars like Bob, he doesn't like being questioned. That gets back to, I'm going to take a look here. 1 second here. I want to show something else here. By the way, on that topic, let me take a look here. Look at everyone. I want to see if I can find this. Okay, I'm taking a look here. Something shouldn't take too long to find this clip. Oh, yep. So talking about, and that's the new name I'm going to give these people. Let's see here. Let me get to it first here. All right, I got it here. I got it all set up. And thanks for that once again. And let me do this real quick. And I apologize. Let me take this off and take it off. And let me do this here. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Let me share this video clip here. All right, let me get this set up. This is worth showing and worth showing over and over again. All right, let's play this. So hopefully you guys can see that. So here's Bob, Glowbusters Bob, and with this obviously fake phony, these fake phony flat earthers, and that's the best name for them, fake flat earthers, in a so-called gyro experiment. Now just pay attention. You never see Bob during this phony baloney behind the curve so-called documentary movie with all actors. Everybody here is an actor, and you never see Bob do any type of experiment Let me see here. Oh, yeah. We'll get to it right now. Let's play it.
To test the rotation to the Earth. If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise.
So we never see Bob with this gyroscope, with his gyroscope together, obviously conducting the experiment. It's just you're watching like NASA, supposed to go into space, showing, frame by frame, clip for clip, I should say, but it's all pieced together like a movie. That's what's happening here. Obviously, this is a movie. You don't see Bob doing the experiment. Let's continue.
If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift.
By the way, 15 degree is 33 numerology. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. But all you have is animation here. There's no actual experiment being conducted. You have this fake phony ball earth, fake phony gyroscope, no actual experiment, just everything on, just animation. And this, people are going to buy this like, oh, this is a legit experiment that so-called Globebuster Bob, conducted. Absolute joke. Let's continue.
Now, obviously we were taken aback by that. Wow, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, and that big smile on his face. Again, so I'll say this, to flat earthers in the community, on their channels, they can present all the great evidence they want, but every time it's for the mainstream media to see, they're purposely going to take the fall, look like morons, look stupid, failed experiments. Bob, Jaron, David Weiss, and that horrible debate. People have to see this obvious pattern, and why people still attached to these are still attached to these deceivers and liars is beyond me. But then again, it's like someone that that likes Joel Osteen or any of these televangelists. You tell them, look, you're listening to a deceiver. They don't want to hear it. Just like the followers of these goons. Let's continue.
Right. We obviously were not willing to accept that, and so we started looking for ways to disprove that it was actually registering the motion of the Earth, and that it in fact was registering the motion of the sky. So the next thing that we set out to do was to encase the fiber optic gyro in what's called a zero Gauss chamber to see if we could actually shield the energies being generated by the heaven. And we were unsuccessful with that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and just this cartoon animation is enough for both the people on the globe side of things and the very gullible flat earthers that listen to Bob, Jaron, and David Weiss to believe. Just because he has this cartoon animation, that means this experiment supposedly really happened. What a joke.
So the next thing that we're going to try is encasing the entire apparatus in bismuth. If everything works well, I'd like to release it at the conference.
Now listen carefully. You see all the frauds and all the actors, all part of this bogus movie. And take a look here.
At a conference in Raleigh, we want to have proof there's no curvature. And if we can do that, it's game over. But the rotation is not looking good at this point. We don't want to blow this, Right. And we got $20,000 in this freaking gyro. But yeah, if we dumped what we found.
Now watch this. This is really important. Look at Bob as he's saying his lines. Obviously, they're fully mic'd. Now look at Bob. Look for the cameraman, because obviously this is scripted. This is meant to be, obviously put out for the movie to make flat Earth and flat earthers look stupid. Now look at Bob peek over looking for the camera to make sure this is being filmed. It's so obvious. And still, the people that listen to Bob, Jaron, and David Wise, they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear the real truth. Take a look.
Right now, we would be. It'd be bad. It would be bad.
Right there. Right there. He's searching. Where's the? I want to make sure this is being captured for the film. I want everybody to know. He's looking right at the camera to make sure everybody sees him. Make Flat Earth look stupid, and that's the whole point of these deceivers or liars. They're not real flat earthers. They're in this for the money, for the fame, whatever. Mainly the money. Let's continue on a little bit more. Actually, that's pretty much it. But you hear him giggling and laughing over this constantly.
So what I just told you is confidential.
Okay, I won't say.
What I just told you is confidential. What a joke. What an absolute joke, and what mockery, and what a piece of garbage when it comes down to it. All right, let's see what we got here before we continue on. But again, really have to demonstrate those that are really getting the spotlight in these so-called documentaries, these movies, they're part of the controlled environment. You know, for example, when you have David Weiss and Jaron on Vice, you know, promoting Flat Earth, they're done. If you're on Vice, that's it. You're done. You're done. 100%. Yeah, exactly. And again, there's no information, no proofs I can supply, or anybody can supply that will convince those that support Bob, David Weiss, Jaron, all them. It doesn't matter. They're already like a fish on a hook. They're like a fish in a net. They've been captured and they're done because their core beliefs are stuck on them. They look at them as legit, and and again, the only person that can wake them up is themselves, as far as seeing them as deceivers and liars. Because if someone tells them they've been lied and deceived, they don't want to hear it. They got to figure it out for themselves. Yeah, and Vice is the worst. Vice is the absolute worst, 100%. But, you know, people get mad at me for pointing these things out. People are like this. Whenever I present truth, people get upset in the beginning, but later they thank me. Later they thank me for pointing this out. Just like Flat Earth, when I first brought up Flat Earth in 2015 to my channel, so many people got angry with me. So angry with me. But a lot of them, obviously, a lot of those people, you know, jumped aboard the Flat Earth truth. You know, and yeah, that's just how it goes. But definitely, this needs to be repeated as far as, you know, what's the real truth, you know, and who are the liars and who are the deceivers out there. And there's a lot of deceivers. I'll tell you right now, 99% of people that are doing so-called truth are just, you know, are deceivers, you know, and that's the reality. You know, that's why I rarely promote people. I promote Flat Earth Banjo because he's passed the test. Everything he says, everything he does has been consistent. You know, Flat Earth, Flatzoid perspective, everything he's done, consistent, and you see real passion in there. You know, and that to me is very important. And to me, I'm just going to put it this way: if you're Flat Earther, great. But if you're not pushing the real biblical Flat Earth truth that can be proven in the real world, you're not going to get any type of, you know, real support from me. You know, if you're not pushing the real biblical truth, then yeah, you're not gonna get my support. Yeah, that's 100%. Let me see this right here. That's it right there, Rocky Shepherd. Without the truth of Jesus Christ, you are not a truther. 100%. Well, Jerry, to me, you know, everybody can have their own list, but to me, Flat Earth Banjo, as far as, so for example, let me give you an example. For example, you might have Eric Dubay ahead of Flat Earth Banjo, but I'm looking at the whole big picture. You know, are they pushing the biblical truth, or are they pushing a distorted flat earth? So it's not just, you know, one part of flat earth, it's the whole entire thing. And definitely, Flat Earth Banjo also has a master's degree in emergency management as well. A Bible believer, and he stays away from the quote drama. But what I do, some might not like calling people out, but someone's got to do it, you know. And I'm not doing it to be mean. I just don't see if I see people not pushing the real truth, I have a real problem with that. And specifically when they do it intentionally, of course. Yeah, there's a shill factory, Charlie Grow. There's 100%. There is a almost like a shill factory. They're rolling them out. All right, Ryan, you want examples of distorted flat Earth? The fake flat earthers saying that we don't have a circling sun, saying that from Australia, the sun, you know, basically is seen going southwest, and it's not circling, it's going in a different direction. And that was originally presented by a glober. But I'm not going to mention their names, but there's a few flat earthers, so-called flat earthers, fake flat earthers, that are saying there's no circling sun, which I mentioned many times. Obviously, by the equator, the flat earth equator, there's obvious evidence by heat alone. People try to look at light, what the sun does, how light bends, but through heat alone, we know the sun circles around the equator region on this flat earth, because obviously there's only 2 seasons around the equator. Above the equator, it gets cold. You just go up north, the colder it gets. You go south of the equator, the colder it gets. There's constant basically tropical type weather in the circular Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn region, where the sun and the moon circle above the flat earth. So that's undeniable. That's undeniable. Also, distorting flat earth. David Weiss saying the dome. I don't know if there's a dome or not. It could be, the dome could be not physical. But on one live stream, he'll say there's a dome. On another live stream, to some other people, 3 months later, he'll say there's no dome. So people make the excuse, oh, but he's changing his mind and through research. No, because I seen a comment by him recently saying there's containment, but it might be a dome. It might be a non-physical dome. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. A non-physical dome, ridiculous. So these are just a couple examples of distorted flat earth. And the big one is more land, you know, this endless land, you know, the infinite plane, basically, where the Bible states, there's ends of the earth many, many times. So we'll get into that more later on, but definitely the Bible mentions how there are ends of the earth, you know, so let's be clear about that. Let's take a look here. There, the firmament. That's right. That's right. Let's see here. Oh, my great brother in there as well. My great bruv from Australia. Good day, bruv, and all. Jack's Kitchen and a master chef, Jack is. And he also has his own live streams as well. Definitely take a look at Jack's channel and give him your sub if you can. And great to see you there. And also a supporter for the longest time. And praise Jesus, as Isabella says. God bless. And let's see here. All right, let's see what else we got here. Yeah, and that's by intent, Rock. That's by intent. You know, again, the big clue to me is they're doing this by design, on purpose. Is again, when, you know, a lot of flat earthers say, you know, we need containment. You have to have a containment to have a pressurized system. Then you say, hey, you tell them, hey, but it says that in the Bible. They'll disregard it because they don't want to give any validity, like I said, to the Bible whatsoever. Yeah, Ryan, I don't know about that. I've heard about this guy that doesn't melt. I said it before. I truly believe the firmament's made out of diamond. That's what I believe. The hardest substance known to man and women. That's what I believe. You know. Kaylee Phillips, I appreciate that you state, RV, your vids have changed my life. Thank you so much. You woke me up. I appreciate that. I appreciate you tuning in and listening in. And yeah, it's a long journey. It's a very long journey to truth, and definitely no shortcuts. And I'm, you know, it's such a long road, and it's patience is needed. And the best analogy I have for people is, um, you know, you got to just, you know, erase everything you thought you knew and start over, start from scratch. And that's where you start. It's the flat earth. The flat earth truth is where you need to start with God's created flat earth. That's really the key, the most important. Then you move forward from there. That's right. And the false doctrine, that's 100%. Yeah, well, Rock Rob, you know, back in was it 2013. I knew he was a deceiver because he was part of the Prophecy Club with Ken Hovind, all of them. They'll give you some truth, like Ken Hovind exposes evolution like nobody else, but then he talks about dinosaurs and talks about, you know, the globe and all this stuff. So they give you one truth and one lie. That's kind of the theme. But yeah, but Rob Skiba even, you know, quote, joked about, you know, working for the CIA, or was it? You know, so he, you know, obviously Rob Skiba, not to be trusted, not buying what he his supposed passing, any of that stuff. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Marianne, that guy with a J and the L, no, just pushing nonsense. Um, the same garbage of Elvis is going to be hovering over Seattle, the Space Needle, the whole deal with Trump. He makes the same predictions every year, and then nothing happens. And so, yeah, just, you know, another one thrown to the wayside with him. Well, I'll tell you something, Rock, and I already covered this about Polaris. Remember this, that God is called the Most High. God is above the firmament in heaven. And remember, the Prince of Power of the Air is within our realm. So it says in 2 Corinthians 4:4, you know, how Satan deceives the world and has blinded the eyes of those, you know, that don't believe. So what I'm getting at, if you watch my video presentations on Polaris, look at the Masonic Lodge on all their ceilings. They have the interchangeable, either the eye or that star. So that North Star Polaris, in my estimations, is Lucifer himself. Like I said in my video presentation, you know, where's Santa Claus from? The North Pole. They give you little clues with Santa Claus being Satan's claws. But there's more. There's a lot more to it in my video presentation about Polaris, the eye in the sky that can cheat you blind. Remember, of course, you know, Lucifer and 1/3 of his angels or stars were thrown to earth, thrown out of heaven. So again, you know, getting back to the whole Polaris video series, I'm trying to remember some key points. One is Bel Air. You know, that Bel means in the Babylonian language, Bel means Lord. So when you say Bel Air, you're referring to the Lord of the air. That's the Prince of Power of the air, and that is Polaris. And again, not to be repetitive, but God is above the firmament. Heaven's above the firmament, not within our realm or flat Earth realm with the firmament. So. Yeah, currently that's 100% with Satan's claws, and also too, I showed my video presentation where you see Santa and he has these envelopes and they all have bells on them, on as the stamp. So yeah, everything's by design 100%. I'm going to get back to sharing pretty soon. I get more to present. Let me see here. Let me go to the list. Yeah, for anybody joining a little bit. Oh, this one I want to get into. Okay, I need to get back to the streaming part of things. Well, Rock, I'll tell you something right now. You have to see my presentation, but what it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, in my estimation, like I said, God is above the firmament. In it does say in the Bible again, not to be repetitive, that there's a prince of power in the air. So where in the air is it? It makes the most sense, not to the far left, part of the dome, not to the far right, dead center. So that's how I see it. And anything new, it takes time to process, absorb and process, digest all that to come to new conclusions. But I'll re-upload that video series to this channel so you can see it in depth when I talk about Polaris. And to me, there's that's through my research, my original work, the North Star Polaris, and that's why there's no longer the Georgia Guidestones, but that's why the Georgia Guidestones look directly through the people at Polaris. It wasn't just to look at Polaris, just to look at Polaris. That's their god of the sky, the Prince of Power of the air they're looking at. So, they're mocking the Bible with the Ten Commandments with all their rules of this world, keeping the population down to a certain percent. All their different, rules that they put on their Georgia Guidestones. But yeah, that people looking at Polaris, and remember, the majority of the population of this world are in the inner circle of this flat Earth, and that's a huge thing too, where basically, you don't see Polaris from the outer ring, the outer rim, because due to perspective. But that's why, all the majority of the population was purposely put in these regions for that very reason. Yeah, that eye in the sky, like I said, you got to see the video presentation. And with me, as always, it's not one piece of information I use. There's multiple, like the song by the Alan Parsons Project, The Eye in the Sky, I Can Cheat You Blind. I can read your mind, all that stuff. They're giving you clues, in entertainment. So it's definitely there. Yeah, that's another great one there, Jack Burton as well. 2 Thessalonians 2:7-12. And for this cause, God shall send them a strong delusion that they shall believe a lie. So yeah, that basically translates to, the most simple form, is those that are not intended to see the truth, they're not meant to see the truth, they'll be kept blind by design, by the Creator, because they're not in the right place. So that goes to tell everybody out there, when you try to wake up a friend or family member or coworker about the truth and they don't get it, that's by God's design, because they're not right with God. They're not right with the Creator. So until they're right with God, they're not going to see the real truth. You might get segments of it, but seeing the real truth, the whole truth. And definitely when it comes to truth, as far as, for example, investigating flat Earth, obviously we need real proof, real evidence, when it comes to doing our research on things. But there's got to be, obviously, an element of faith. And that's by design as well, by the Creator. You have to have that faith. And people, wonder why it has to be that way. Well, like it says in the Bible, don't lean on your own understanding of things. This world is a proven ground, no doubt. And thanks so much, and I appreciate that so very much. All right then, Rock, you take it easy. But yeah, let it digest. You got to let the new information digest. It's too new, and like anything else, too new. It's going against your core beliefs, what you think, what you believe, and what you should really consider is, really not be married to any idea or concept. And with new information that's proven, you should be able to come to new conclusions. Thanks so much for that. I appreciate that. 9 Mile Roar. I appreciate that so very much. Oh, Charlie Girl, you're going. Okay, Charlie Girl, you're leaving for. Yeah, it's very early in the morning where you're located there in Europe, and I appreciate you so very much. And she says, "Bye all night. Bye all night later." And thanks so much once again for all the support and being here. So early in the morning. You're in Spain, if I recall correctly. You're in Spain originally from the Netherlands, and in Spain. So yeah, it's really early in the morning there. So very understandable. Yeah, and there's my good brother, the Flat Earth Warriors. Prince of Power there, Satan, the Prince, and Jesus, the King of all kings, which was, to me, was God in the flesh. Yeah, absolutely. And people are not ready for the truth. They're not real for they're not ready for the real truth anyways. And again, it's okay. It takes time to process, like I said, to digest, process, and absorb in your system. Yes, that's right. The Prince of Power. And like I said, Bel Air. That's why the bell symbolism is everywhere. Hell's bells. In the churches, the church bells, because they control the churches as well. Specifically the Vatican. They have the ceremony with 9 bells. They have the so-called truther Art Bell, who's born Arthur Bell, which is 33. The big one for me is, of course, what's on TV as far as when you watch the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He's from Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. It's known for the Liberty Bell. So he moves from Philadelphia to Bel Air, California. So he goes from one bell to the other. And of course, I showed that in the was it the live stream or the video? I forgot which one. Where you watch the opening of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and all the Masonic symbolism, him doing the hangman position, the one eye symbolism with the glasses and all that. But like I said, Taco Bell with Glenn Bell. So people might laugh when you mention Taco Bell, but they had the Bell Illuminati commercial. I showed the let me see here. Like I said, people laugh about the Taco Bell when you mention, oh, it's so ridiculous. But it's just like when you mention the Simpsons as showing people truth about, like predictive programming. People laugh. Oh, you're gonna show me Simpsons? But same with Taco Bell. Let me show you all something that I showed in a video presentation. But yeah, this is really, good stuff to show. So people really get it. And this stream is going for almost 3 hours. Let's see here. Let me present this. So again, people laugh when you mention things like Taco Bell when it comes to, let me see what's going on here. Okay, there we go. All right. So they put the truth in the opposite spectrum. And hopefully you guys can all see that well. And actually I showed this as well to Flatzoid's Perspectives channel as well. And you see the Bell Illuminati. You guys see that the Bell Illuminati commercial, the eye within the belt might be kind of hard to see there, but because you got the triangle there, but they're making a joke out of it. But you see the eye, looks like an eyeball. It's the bell, and obviously the 6 within the bell. But the big thing here is this one here. Hopefully you guys can see that good. But that is the lampshade at a drive-through. I believe this is in Ohio. I think it's Cleveland or might be Cincinnati. That's funny. That's a funny name, by the way. Cincinnati. The plan names Cincinnati, like Cincinnati, like naughty, Cincinnati. You know, it's sin and naughty almost in there. And there's a lot of things like that. Like I said, when it comes to Freemason, you got some pronounce it Freemason, but it's Freemason. You free to sin with the duality aspect of the sin in the name. So yeah. But like I said, the lampshade here with Taco Bell, it's obviously shaped like the Masonic square and compass. And to go even further, it says this right here. Let me get to it. It says, coming soon, Taco Bell at Freemasons Hall. They're going to have a Taco Bell at Freemasons Hall. Give me a break. Like I said, all these things. And remember, you have the bell within the pyramid. The pyramid, the inner angle is 60 degrees, so you have your 666 with the pyramid. And here's the actual the Taco Bell with the lampshade. I know it's going to be very hard for everybody to see there, but that's the lampshade right there that I showed. And like I said, the commercial here too with the pyramid and the bell. And all these things. And here's like I said, the commercial, Bell Illuminati, and just more of the same. So again, people laugh when you say that, and obviously, if you point this out to the general public, they're gonna like laugh. Obviously, like, oh, you're looking for the truth in Taco Bell, ha ha ha. You know, they're gonna mock and laugh and like, no, that's what you don't understand is that's the world of duality. They put the lies, you know, where the truth should be. They put the truth where the lie should be. Everything's reversed, you know, the land of confusion, you know, and that's what they've done, you know, 100%. And let me stop with that momentarily. And I want to show, let's see here. See if I can find it here. Just bear with me, everyone. I'm looking for something right now. Let's see here. Be a moment. Yeah, I'll just screen share this. Here we go. And I'm going to take this off Flat Earth Warriors real quickly so people can see what I'm sharing. Hopefully that wasn't blocked too much by the banner there. But anyways, let's share this. And let's get this going here. All right, there we go. That's good enough. All right, make sure it's coming through. So again, you know, people deny the undeniable. When I show this, and I had a close-up of this Masonic Lodge, and you can see, you know, the ceiling here. Let me see what happens here, if that works, if I do that. No, it stays there. Never mind. I was going to show something else here. But anyways, so you see all the eye symbolism, all these Masonic lodges. It's obvious. So that you either have the eye on the ceiling, like I showed here, or you're going to have, obviously, you're going to have a star. The eye and the star are interchangeable on the ceiling, but it's one of the same. It's definitely one of the same. And this one's not coming. There it goes. It's not coming in very well, though. But let's see what else we got here. Yeah. Oh, here's a good one. The North Star depicted. Yeah, right here on all the ceilings here. And definitely my information on Polaris. And here you go. This is what I was looking for. My video presentations. And that's one thing about me I pride myself on is my original work, my research. I'm not waiting for others to discover things like, the trees in the forest with flat earth or whatever. I'm out there, doing my own independent research, and making strong connections. I look at things and deeply. I'm always hunting for new information and, with symbolism. And that's what I aim at. And this is something a lot of people can't grasp when I say Polaris is Lucifer. But, through my research, and I'm sure many have seen my video presentations on it, it's undeniable. And even people that are like not sure, they say, you're onto something. There's something about what you're saying that resonates, and there's something to it. They're not ready to maybe accept it yet. It's too new. It's too new. All right, let's see here. I'm going to get back to the screen share with the photo stage. So just bear with me on that regard. There's definitely something I want to, let me see here. Let me take that off. Let me stop. Okay, let me see here. All right. So let's do this here. Let me get back to photo stage. Now, this is the important aspect. And actually, I have to get a couple things here set up. And I apologize for this. Let me see here. Just hold tight, everyone. I got to get two images real quick. Let's see here. It's really important to tie these, to tie this in. It's going to be really important to tie this in with what I'm going to present. And let me make sure I just need to get two images together. And let me see here. I found one image. I got to find the second one here. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right. Let me see that one. And then one more. All right. Let me see if this one works here. Let's see. Just got to find one more image. I think I found it here. Okay, I don't want to use that one there. Okay. All right, I think I got it here. Okay, let me just upload it to my media, and then we'll present it. All right, so let me get that one. Oh, only one showed up. What's going on with that? All right, just be a second, everyone. Just got to grab two more images here. And for some reason, it didn't work. All right, that's good enough. All right, so I got them. I just got to put them in order here. Let's see. Let's put that one there. All right. Actually, what happened to the other image? There's supposed to be one more image. Okay. Okay, there it is. Didn't show it for some reason, but I got it now. Okay, great. Perfect. All right, I got everything here. I just got to get it set up where I can share it. Let me get back to StreamYard and go to present, and then we're good to go. All right. Sorry about the delay, everyone. This is what happens when you're live. All right, let me go to this one. Some of this is going to be foundational things that people have seen, but some of it's going to be definitely new, so people get the whole big picture. And whenever I present information, I think it's really important to, you know, it might seem obvious to others, include that information so it all comes together, so it all makes sense for the new viewer, and also for the longtime viewer. It's going to be some new stuff in here too. And this is regarding the whole UFO and aliens deception. Okay, let's get to it now. Okay, let me do this here. Okay, good. We're there. All right, let me go to share. Okay, you guys can see that already. Okay, good. It's on there. Okay, good. I just wanted to double check. All right, so what I'm showing here, obviously, is the site of the bogus UFO crash in Roswell, New Mexico, on the 33rd parallel, obviously. So that they always, what I'm getting, of course, they always code their fabrications. They put their stamp of Freemasonry in plain sight. So I'm not going to show the video because I have to dig it out. It's going to take too long. But basically, everybody's seen the footage of the so-called, and we all heard about the so-called wreck of the UFO at Roswell. It's in a million pieces. But then, you know, during the documentaries, they talk about how the pieces were indestructible. Huge red flag. How can the pieces, they say they can't be burned, they can't be cut, they cannot be damaged in any way, but the whole spaceship's in a million pieces, and they have all the pieces, you know, they brought over to the barn and brought to the lab and all that stuff. So that's just a red flag right there. But what I'm getting at here is the important things about signs and symbols is all their deceptions have the Masonic clues, with the square and compass, with the square itself when it comes to the Phoenix lights on the third parallel as well in Phoenix. Phoenix on the third parallel, and of course, Phoenix with Freemasonry. Like I said many times, imagine if you're an alien aboard the ship. You think you're going to walk from this side to get to the other? Say, imagine the bathroom is here. You're an alien here. You got to go to the bathroom. You have to walk. I'm joking about it, but I'm just saying it's ridiculous to have a ship like this. So obviously, this is the Masonic square. So they put their symbols in their deceptions, saying it's a Masonic deception. And here's it all together with Polaris, Lucifer, the eye in the sky, the square in the compass, the checkerboard, the pillars, the wreath, which represents victory. Everything has obviously meaning, and even these swirls, like, you know, the duality, the sixes, everything is there, you know. But what I'm getting at is, so that stuff I just showed, I'm sure many people here know about that. I showed that before. But now you transfer to Hollywood, and it's all about, of course, programming. So a movie based on aliens from other worlds, and you see the man doing the one eye symbolism, and he's wearing the Masonic ring. And hopefully you guys can see that. It's kind of maybe hard to see, but definitely 100% without a shadow of a doubt, that's a Masonic square and compass on this gold and blue ring. And yeah, so obviously this is pointing out how they're pushing the Masonic alien agenda in Hollywood movies, the programming. So from the fake stories in Phoenix, in Roswell, now on the big screen, here's maybe a better image. It's kind of hard to see here, but yeah, the one eye symbolism and the Masonic square and compass, who obviously is told to wear that by this director who directed Aliens, Titanic, and so many other movies. And look here, what you see here. They love their spiral or the 6, 6, and 6. And this is by design with the staircase. And obviously, this appears to be a spiral staircase with James Cameron. Cameron is a 33 name, by the way. You know, so again, the importance of why control every aspect, so you can push their propaganda in every aspect of, you know, movies, TV, cartoons, video games. There's so many video games regarding, you know, aliens, and it's just everywhere, obviously. So obviously James Cameron with the ladder symbolism of Freemasonry, and it's the orange ladder, and even the M hand sign, and even the plaid shirt when it comes to the Scottish rite of Freemasonry, and the fake phony Titanic story, which I've covered many times and over the years. You know, that's for another time. I'm not going to go into. It's too long to explain. It's too elaborate. It's for a video, but basically, it's just a complete Masonic fabrication. Where, to just sum it up really briefly, a book was released called "The Sinking of the Titan." I don't have that. Maybe I don't have that name verbatim, but it's about a book about. Oh, here it goes. It's the futility of the Titan. So you have Titan and the Titanic, similar names. The sinking of both ships from the so-called real event to the book, which happened, of course, prior. In both instances, it hits an iceberg on the starboard side, the same month, the same time of day, all this stuff. It's basically predictive programming, obviously. But the big thing I want to point out is the ladder symbolism when it comes to Freemasonry. And of course, as I show many times, it's about ascending. And of course, they have their backs towards the ladder, ascending. All right. So this gets back to, of course, Wimpy Weiss, and people don't think it's a big deal. This what kills me about the people that believe this nonsense. He said he's standing on the ladder because he's tired. If you're tired, you sit down. The first thing I do if I'm tired, I'm not going to say, where's the ladder? Anybody have a ladder? I'm tired. I need to climb up a ladder and stand on it backwards because I'm tired. How ridiculous and how insulting. If anybody believes that, no offense, but you're a complete idiot. That I'm going to climb up a ladder because I'm tired and stand on it backwards because I'm tired. And there's been lies said about the ladder. One lie was David Weiss said he was, like I said, tired. That's why the ladder is there. The lie against it. Then it was the ladder is there because they went up to go to the roof of this building to look at the solar panels. Okay. And the other lie was, there's nowhere else to put the ladder, so they just leave it there leaning against the building, which is absolutely ridiculous. By the way, flip-flops, these slippers is 33. Rick Hummer's 33. He worked with Shaka Khan. He told me he played basketball with Will Smith and George Clooney. So definitely connected. Of course, the two Corona's 33 in gematria. So, they're just, mocking. But that gets into, which I covered many years ago with Chad Hovind, the nephew of Kent Hovind. Just take a listen to this, and definitely mockery taking place.
Let's take a listen to Chad Hovind, who is the nephew of course, Ken Hovind. Nothing but a family.
Do balloons, or I would do my magic ring.
Now I had it at the start. Let me put it this spot here, where he's talking about doing making balloons, these magic balloons, inflatable balloons with his daughter, and just take a listen to what he says here in his coda with Freemasonry.
Or I would do my magic rings. My daughter would be making balloon animals. And as we gathered together, we came to the end of the day and we looked up our tip bucket. We made $33.
So you guys heard that. He's digging in the tip bucket, and him and his daughter collected $33. So again, I work on multiple pieces of information. Let's continue on here. And I don't need to hear him speak, but look what he does here. For those that think what Wimpy Weiss did with the ladder is not a big deal, it doesn't mean anything. Look what he has on stage. Why would this guy bring a ladder on stage to church with the star in the back, with the blue sky, and stand on it backwards like Wimpy Weiss? So people that say, oh, you're imagining things, and this whole thing with the ladder and sitting on it backwards doesn't mean anything. I've been covering this for the longest time, and people don't understand symbolism. It's not just Chad Hovind sitting on the ladder backwards. So this guy's mocking the audience, 100% mocking his audience that know nothing about Freemasonry, just like Wimpy Weiss is mocking his followers by standing on the ladder backwards. But Masons see him do that and they're smiling, and they know exactly why he's standing on the ladder backwards, which a lot of knuckleheads in the truth movement, so-called truth movement, know nothing about. But when I point it out to them, they deny. Okay, standing on the ladder backwards. Now, move forward here, and you have Little Wayne, the 666 hand sign, the ladder in the back, and it has to be there. Of course, it's the prop. They always have to have their symbolism in their productions. And it's the people producing this for him that are Masons, that have this all scripted out to play this way. And also Bruno Mars on the ladder backwards. So to me, trying to explain this to a bunch of baby truthers, it's very difficult. And here's Kent Hovind with the fake phony ball earth. And here's pushing with the orange shirt. And hopefully you guys can all see that. Okay, good. And with the orange shirt with the fake phony globe and his fake phony dinosaurs. And at the end of the production of this video, I show how all these so-called men of God, no one makes it big in this world unless you're a Mason. And these Masons are playing a role in the world stage with John Hagee doing all these Freemasonic satanic symbolism, which you'll see here. Anton LaVey does the same exact one as you see here. The big point is the ladder symbolism. And this idiot thinks his followers are a bunch of idiots for believing, oh, I got on the ladder because I was tired. Ridiculous. So ridiculous. People are so, I hate to say it, people, a lot of people in the truth community, they jumped off the normie bandwagon watching mainstream media, either Fox or CNN. Then they jump aboard truth. And now you're just listening to a bunch of deceivers online on YouTube, just giving you partial truth, just like the media only gives partial truth. Say with Fox News, they give you a little bit of truth with Glenn Beck or those types, and people are, they don't understand. They're controlling both sides of the coin. They control the mainstream and the alternative media. And definitely when people say, oh, Masons, they're not in control. They're not running things. What do you have here with pink? Basically, this is a full Masonic design with the blindfold, one breast showing, one covered, and the Masonic black and white tights on one side almost symbolizes the leg pulled up. But yeah, this is obviously 100% Masonic. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And also the concept of doing things upside down, hanging upside down, you know, with this, you know, and also too, you know, everybody knows what I said about pink. Pink is not what you think pink is. I'll just put it that way. And even the movie They Live, with obviously the director John Carpenter, and they like that name Carpenter because it's like mockery of Christ, because Christ was the carpenter. And again, the one-eye symbolism, just like I showed previously, in a different form of, you know, focusing on that one eye, pointing out the one eye. And that gets into, you know, all these big names on the world stage. You know, Marilyn Manson, MM from 33. And it's kind of hard to see here. Oh, not here, this one. But this one here, this is his, obviously you just saw it, but that's just a close-up of what I just presented with the, I got skipped over again, with the obvious Masonic ring with Marilyn Manson. And that gets into other things. And I'll just give one example here. The Masonic influence, you already saw it. The Masonic staircase, the stairway, when it comes to Freemasonry, the different levels, different degrees, reaching the apex. And these concepts that are put out in society, such as the, quote, milk carton challenge, you know, this is not organic. This is put out there, and this went mainstream. And just like I said before, just like you had the Tide Pod challenge, Tide Pod is 33, the mannequin challenge, mannequins 33. So these are all Masonic concepts. And definitely getting back into flat earth. This is hilarious. We'll get into flat earth with a flat earth deceiver momentarily. But I find this hilarious. Just like that, the Kipster guy, they're trying hard to, you know, prove the so-called globe with this one balloon they sent up. But before even sending it off, you know, you have the fisheye lens and the curvature of the earth before they even go up. So I found this absolutely hilarious. And let's see what we got here. Yeah, this is stuff I showed before. Just wanted to see here. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm going to get to something else here, but I want to check with the chat first before anybody joining late. This is really important. You know, I'll show this again with NASA. So you have the serpent's tongue, and you have the serpent itself and the tongue of the serpent. So the serpent like biting its own tail. The tongue is here. And obviously NASA is just a bunch of deceivers. And again, when it comes to PlayStation, it's a PS to the normies, but this is really a serpent with the coil or the serpent S shape. And obviously it looks like a cobra. You know, they're snakes. And I go on about it, how they're giving us the truth in plain sight. But anyways, I'll take a quick peek at the chat. Then we'll move over with one other aspect. Then we'll probably close it out. It's been going on for quite a while. Yeah, I talked about that before. FEMA Region 4. Yeah. In Hebrew, it means to deceive. Absolutely. All right, let's see what you got here before I do the last part of the screen share. Oh, yeah, I'm just pointing out one, Daryl Dessa, because I can make a whole video. There's a lot more to show. Like, I can go on and on about Freemasons in the music industry. There's so much more to it. That's just, yeah. That's 100% correction A there with Manson, man's son. But remember, the mockery with man's son, basically it's, you flip it around, it's son of man. That's the whole purpose of man's son. It's mocking Christ, you know, obviously biblically known as the son of man. Yeah, so it's a lot of hidden things. It goes deeper than people can imagine. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see here. It's great to see so many people here in the chat. And I appreciate all you. We're up pretty late here. Specifically, if you're out, in South Africa, Australia, Europe, it's in the wee early morning hours. So yeah, I appreciate all of you tuning in. Yeah, and obviously with like I said about pink, obviously pink is I made several videos on pink. Pink is not what is presented, obviously. That's the whole thing. Exactly, Ramina of Despotar. That's the whole thing, is these people in so-called truth that are the agents, they try to buddy up with me because they knew I was a threat and I knew about these things. And they figure, oh, if I'm buddies with him, with I'll just call myself They Live. If I'm buddies with They Live, then he won't say anything about me. So I better buddy up with him, and so he won't expose me. It only works for so long. But yeah, listen, for him, again, I'm going to show that again. I'm going to be it's going to be like anybody that denies this, they're just, that people are denying the undeniable. So I showed all the ladder references. So again, it's not just one thing. You remove the ladder. The two coronas, corona, again, in Gematria is 33. You have two coronas. You have the Hummer here, again, a Hollywood guy, did a radio show with Shaka Khan with David Weiss. But again, the ladder symbolism and being on it backwards, it's just, again, like you said, Ramina of Despotar, to the people that are into truth, that don't understand and know about symbolism, and this is definitely staged. This is definitely a Masonic, two Masons, and I have no doubt whatsoever, Rick Hummer, being in that position in Hollywood, speaking with people on a radio show like Shaka Khan, they're not going to give that position to a non-Mason. Absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. So yeah, I have no doubt about that whatsoever. Yeah, listen, he'll never admit to it. He's telling us he's a Mason, but they'll never admit to it with their own mouth. He won't say he's a Mason, no matter what. It's not going to happen. Very good point. Also, Ramina Despotar, Maryland's definitely a female's name with that's a great point about the male and the female name and the man in the name as well. And of course the MM. Just like Marilyn Monroe, the same thing. All right, I'm gonna move on here to something else I have on the photo stage. And let's see here. And again, this is another agent that needs to be thoroughly exposed. Okay, it's in the same realm as Jaron and David Weiss. Okay, let's take a listen here. It's all going to come together. So let me stop this for a second. I need to get another image, and I apologize for that. It should be rather quick. It should be rather quick to get this one image. All right, let me see here. It didn't take too long to find this. Oh, here's a perfect example. Here's a perfect example right here. Okay, I'm gonna save this one here. All right. No, not that one. That won't be saved. All right, got it. And then we'll get back to the screen share momentarily. Okay, let's see. Okay. Just waiting for the photo to load up. Shouldn't take too long. Okay, I got it right here. Okay, good. All right, let's get back to sharing this screen here and getting right to it. All right. And thanks so much once again. All right. Hold tight, everyone. Let's see here. All right. Let's get back to presenting. Let's see. All right. Let's take a listen here. I want to make sure it's showing up completely here. Okay. So again, the deceivers in flat Earth. This individual here, Del from beyond the imaginary curve, definitely an agent in place. Yeah, just it's going to be obvious once we get right to it. Let's play this clip here. This is from an older video that I put out, but definitely very relevant. Where on paper, he's showing basically a diagram of the flat Earth and dome. And take a listen to what he says here. Unbelievable.
It's basically drawing a diagram of the flat Earth dome.
You know, bear with me. This is going to be a three-dimensional object, okay? And this here, you need to consider this as the infinite void of space it can be in.
He just said, you can consider this the infinite void of space. So basically, I'm going to stop right there momentarily. So obviously that was the flat Earth model that he was showing. So this is the same nonsense they show flat Earth in space. Because what he's going to get at is, and he said it with out of his own mouth, that what people call gravity is actually what the flat Earth Society pushes, that the flat Earth is supposed to be moving up through space. And this is absolutely 100% disinfo, not biblical. The Bible obviously says the Earth is fixed, it's flat, and it's fixed on pillars. It's fixed, it's stationary. So definitely it's a distorted flat Earth. Let's get back to it again.
Bear with me. This is going to be a three-dimensional object, okay? And this here, you need to consider this as the infinite void of space. It can be an infinite medium or whatever. Again, the object has no weight. The object has no direction. Neither does its contents right now. The air that I have in there.
Now pay close attention to what he says here.
A mixture of air. And I can have liquid in there if I want as well. But it has no direction. It has no weight to it. So again, I need to apply an accelerating force.
So what's creating this force that's outside of the flat Earth? What's creating this pressure that's pushing up flat Earth? And if the Earth is being pushed up, we know all the mountains, the oceans, that's a lot of pressure supposedly to push up, the flat Earth. And if the flat Earth is being pushed up, which is so-called gravity, what about the sun, moon, and the stars? Why aren't we moving up and hitting them? So again, this is flat Earth society nonsense garbage. So again, this is what they do. They give you partial truth. And obviously, they give the truth and lies mixed together. But what I'm getting at is more recently, he's been pushing the upward movement of the flat Earth. And the good thing is there's been a couple people in the comment section that follow him that are questioning him. And that's good to see, but the majority of people are not questioning him. And that's very predictable. But it's again, it's very good to see that people are questioning, hey, this is basically nonsense. Why are you pushing nonsense of, Earth moving up? That's what causes so-called gravity.
You come into contact with it, pushing against it. Okay, we'll say 9.8 meters per second squared.
Now, what does that sound like? Verbatim with the Flat Earth Society states. And that is, of course, the Earth is constantly accelerating up at a rate at 32 feet per second squared, or 9.8 meters per second squared.
So again, you just saw that that's from, again, an older video. But what I'm getting at here is, there's so much to this guy. He walks around with his shirt during the street activism with the numbers Reg 105566. And when it comes down to it, and all the tattoos that I pointed out, it's always, again, number. Hold on. And when you get down to it, it just happens to be 33. Some random shirt, supposedly he just picks up and he's walking around with it and he's showing the signs and symbols through the numbers.
Just like without a shadow.
Let me take away the audio from this one here. Just bear with me, everyone. I got to remove the audio because it keeps interrupting here. Let me mute the audio so I can show this a little bit better. So again, this shirt, and obviously like you see his email, Abkeo77 is 33 as well. His surname 33. Feldberg 33. It's funny. The president of the Flat Earth Society, last name was Johnson being 33. So there's a lot of connections I make. But when it comes down to it, here he is supposedly just joking around instead of wearing a devil's mask doing the devil horns. But this is no joke. All the satanic tattoos, the all-seeing eye, the demon himself, the pyramid. Hopefully you guys can see that well. If not, I apologize. But basically there's the pyramid, there's the demon or the devil, the all-seeing eye of Lucifer. There's more to come as far as symbolism. So you're going to trust this guy? Basically, he has the same signs and symbols as the people running this world, the Satanists running this world. Obviously, these are their symbols. So you're going to be believing or trusting in a guy that has all the signs and symbols of the people that are deceiving the world, which makes no sense. Here's a little bit of a close-up of the eye of Lucifer, one of his tattoos, more of the same. Here, with the gold and silver key of the Vatican, skull and bones, another pyramid. You have an owl. There's a pine cone. There's, right here. There's, every single satanic Masonic symbolism, and very gullible people in truth are falling for him. And it just so happens he showed up, was it in 2016, out of nowhere. So, yeah, and here's a 666 tattoo on him. But see, this individual, you see the 666 here, but this individual and people like Jaron, these people will fall for these types because their audience are like him. They're tattooed up. They're into taking certain substances, things like that. And yeah, so definitely there's the biblical truthers and there's the fake, phony non-believers that are pushing a distorted flat earth, and he is propagating definitely the fake, phony version, basically a cheap imitation of God's creation, talking about flat earth, but refuses to talk about the dome, the firmament, and all that, as I mentioned before. But let's get to another video clip here. It's in the same realm. as David Weiss, pushing other lands. You know, and I said this before, the fantasy is better than reality. Let's play this clip. And this is actually pretty embarrassing when you break it down. Take a listen to what it said here. Unbelievable. It's a little bit too loud. Let me turn that down. Actually, it's a little coming in a little bit too loud. Hold tight. No, it's too loud. I gotta lower this. It's a little bit too loud on the audio side here.
He done expeditions to Antarctica, I think it was in the 40s. I think it was the 40s. And he's on TV talking about his expeditions. And he talks about an ice shelf being 10,000 feet or 10,000 feet high. He had to fly up and over it. But he says when he went up, he says beyond what we call the South Pole, he found a continent bigger than America.
Beyond the South Pole.
Beyond.
You can just see the other side of the pole.
Says it was
How does he prove that? Like, how can,
what I'm saying to you is that this is documented testimony from a military man who was responsible for these expeditions. This is his word. He's telling you that there was land beyond what we call the South Pole with all sorts of resources.
The scientists telling you that the Earth is round.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that it's intriguing.
So basically, what it comes down to it is, for those that don't understand or couldn't hear very well with Dell's, rather thick accent, Scottish accent, is Dell's explaining during the so-called flat smacking at Glasgow University to these three students about Admiral Richard Byrd. Okay. First off, he's talking about something he cannot prove. It's not his evidence. So he's using, and he's saying to these students that, hey, there's a guy that has first-hand account of going, looking beyond the ice wall and seeing, a territory larger than the United States. So that's in the same realm of anybody saying, oh, I saw a Bigfoot. I saw an alien. I saw aliens, in a UFO, or I saw Loch Ness Monster. So he's telling these people like they should believe it because it comes from somebody highly regarded in the military. Well, there's people in the military saying UFOs are real. So I guess we should believe it. So I would tell Dell, stick to things you can prove. Don't tell me about other people. Tell me about your experiences. How about that, pal? Tell me about your experiences and what you know and what you can prove, and not Admiral Byrd, who is, by the way, a Freemason. And let me see here if I can get to that. Let's see here. Let me stop this for momentarily. And as always, I just don't say it. I show it as far as proof. Admiral Byrd being a Freemason. And obviously, you're not going to reach a high level in the military unless you're a Mason. Just like Bill Cooper said in an interview with CNN, he goes, the reason, I made it to a high level in the Navy is because they asked me if I was part of any, Masonic organization. And he goes, yeah, I was. In my youth, I was part of the Demolay Society. So let me do this here first, and we'll get back here momentarily. And I found it rather quickly. And let me put that on the screen there. Go to images here. It takes a little bit of time to do this, but as always, do it on the fly. Let me get that image. Where's that image at here? Let's see what's going on with that. Let's see. It should have showed up by now. Where is that image? Let's see here. Sorry about this. It's supposed to be captured. I'm supposed to capture that image, but it didn't. For some reason, it didn't come in. What is going on here? Let me try again. Hold tight, everyone. I apologize. Doing this stuff live is not obviously always so easy. All right, let's try this again here. Okay. All right, let's do this one last time. All right, there we go. And this is, it's a little time consuming and cumbersome to get this but I think it's really important and relevant, to show this. Let me go to present and share screen, get back here to the Windows side. So this is what I'm getting at. This is who Dell was talking about, Admiral Byrd, the man that supposedly saw, a continent larger than the United States beyond the ice wall, supposedly. You can see the Masonic square and compass on this postcard. And you're not going to be an admiral. Obviously, if you're not a Mason, there's no way you're going to be in that position. A non-Mason would have that position. Like I said, Bill Cooper, interesting enough, stated that, to make it high up. Because all people high level in the military, they're all Freemasons. So, and there you go. And again, the fantasy is better than the reality. That's why a lot of people get pulled in to this kind of nonsense. And even Dell said, "Oh, it's intriguing," but to me, you have to remove that. That's why so many people get swept away with UFOs, because it's interesting, it's intriguing. Again, the fantasy is better than the reality, and that moves forward to a character that I found pretty interesting, that supposedly Dell is not in the best terms with. But let's listen to them interact here. And it's this goober. Let me get this going here with this guy here. And that is, hold tight, everyone. And that is, let me see here. Yeah, there we go. Let me get this here. And that is Craigie, or Craig of Scotland. He lives obviously in the same country as Dell. And you're going to hear them interact. And this is a video presentation I made a while back where he's pushing Xbox. Of course, Bill Gates, he's the one, his company, Microsoft, are the ones that are responsible for Xbox. So, if you move further down the line, he pushes everything that Bill Gates pushes. So you all know what that means. But let's take a listen here, where basically I made a video about Dell about him pushing nonsense. And guess what? This Glober, this agent, this info shill, comes to the rescue of Dell. And take a listen to Craig fight the flat earth. Obviously not a flat earther, a Glober defending Dell. And that's because of things I said, exposing Dell. Take a listen.
I just want to say, by the way, what Russian vids did to you was fucking horrible, and I am completely on your side with all that. With Dell, I do, I am on your side against Russian vids.
So you just heard that, where you just heard again. Let me take this one off here, and that is obviously you just heard fight the flat earth, teaming up, supporting Dell. Was what I believe. Obviously, one's playing one role, anti-flat earth, and this guy's playing the role of flat earth, but they're all on the same team. They're all on the same team. And that gets into this. Forget about Dell. He's done. He's obviously pushing nonsense. Basically, like they show in the media, Earth, being in space and being pushed up like the Flat Earth Society. But now take a look at this nonsense again when it comes to Craig, right, as you see here, fight the flat earth. The most disingenuous person, well, they all are, but really disingenuous when it comes to defending the nonsense of the fake phony globe, and also defending NASA. Let's take a listen here at this interaction. Complete garbage.
Yeah, the evidence is that someone is grabbing something that is not there. It's invisible.
He grabs his pocket. That's not invisible.
Dude, he's not. Look at the video, man.
Yeah, I've watched the video many times. I've watched the video many times. I'm going to play it here on my stream now so they can see it. And
I've just posted one in chat as well. I'm sorry, just saying you think it looks like a wire isn't seeing a wire.
Dude, like
Actually,
I'm not saying I think it looks like a wire. I can see that he uses his fur end to grab something that is not there. I don't see any belt, ring, or what.
So just to sum this up, this is the infamous clip where the astronauts, are supposedly aboard the ISS, and the newsman asks, "Is this a hoax? Are you guys really in space?" And the one astronaut does a flip, and someone pulls a wire, and Craig makes the most ridiculous claim that actually it's not a wire. He has his hands in his pockets, and his hands nowhere near his pockets. Let's take a look.
Whatever you imagine it to be.
You can literally see, I'm watching it right now. You literally see the material of his trousers get pulled by his finger. You literally see that.
The material is being pulled because there's a string being attached through the clothing.
There's no string there, and his hand, actually, if you look at it right now, when he grabs it, his hand is at an angle. So if there was a string going through that string would also be an angle whilst also holding him up at the air. That's physically impossible.
Also, would the wires be attached to his belt loop?
What?
Would the wires be attached to his belt loop?
No. And I don't know how the wires are attached, man. I'm not the one who's making the Hollywood set.
How weak of an argument this is.
Yeah. Right. I'm watching it right now on my stream. I'm watching it right now. Hold on.
The only thing you guys can give to the stage is he's probably clinging onto this man's belt ring.
Yeah, right. Called. So if you go to 18 seconds in the video that was posted, Wires NASA Lies, right, you can see exactly where his finger goes into the material on his pocket. 18 seconds. That debunks you. I'm sorry. I'm playing it right now at 0.25 seconds times speed on my stream, right? And you can see that there is material that gets pulled by his finger. There's no wires. Here we go. You watch it go in, and you see his finger slip behind, and it pulls up with his finger at 18 seconds. Sorry, you're wrong.
You can already see that the material is up when he's doing his flip. You see that it's in this.
Exactly. And there's nothing you can tell these globers are never going to admit to the flat earth. They're never going to admit to anything. Their job is to lie and to perpetuate the lie. And listen, I debated Craig, and I talked to him offline, and definitely, everything I told him, he's not interested in hearing, and his job, he has a job to do, and definitely that's the shill for the globe side of things. Definitely. And this is, whatever the case is, people come to their own conclusion. It's all fake, phony, and there's nothing you could tell Craig or any of these other globers that are paid to, again, propagate the lies. They're not going to come out and say, "Oh, you got a point." They never do, obviously. So, anyways, I think that's pretty much with the screen share aspect of things. I think I shared everything I want. Okay, we'll close that out and we'll take a look at the chat itself. And thanks everyone for standing by. Let's remove this here. All right, let's take a look here at the chat. And again, thanks everyone that has been here. If you're joining in later, you've been here the whole entire time. I appreciate you for tuning in either way. Yeah, Ryan, as far as Ken Hovind, I was, I'll be honest with you. Years ago, I was a proponent of Ken Hovind. And this was before Flat Earth, to be honest, of course. So he does a tremendous job debunking evolution. But then he denies, of course, the Flat Earth. He supports the idea of dinosaurs and so forth. But he was part of the Prophecy Club. And once I found out Ken Hovind was part of the Prophecy Club, you could throw him out the window. And him supposedly being in prison and all that stuff, just a bunch of nonsense. Absolutely. And thanks so much for that, Karen Lee. I really appreciate you sticking around to the end. That's so very much appreciated. And that's a funny name there. Yeah, the Go Sheep. Been listening, pretty interesting. Thanks so much for tuning in. Some of the stuff it takes a while to digest and process, and yeah, like a meal. So it's some things I'm telling people that are new to truth. Again, just be patient, and look at things. Just don't disregard things. Definitely, when I make claims, I have again not just one piece of proof or evidence. I have multiple piece of proof to come to conclusions. Well, if Ken Hovind talked about the firmament as a canopy theory, well, I got to hear that. And bottom line, if he doesn't talk about God's created flat Earth, stationary Earth, then you can forget it. Because I've heard Ken's presentations years ago, his debates, him talking about Earth spinning and all that stuff, dinosaurs. So if you have something to produce as far as Kent coming closer to flat Earth, I like to hear that. I really would. Okay, I get what you're saying here. Now, okay, gotcha. About a canopy of water. I've heard that, in the very beginning when I was making flat Earth videos in 2015. I heard the argument, oh, the firmament is actually the clouds. They make every excuse. Firmament means firm. It doesn't. Rock. Let me see here. Yeah, Rock. I don't recall saying everybody's a Mason, but I have lots of proof of a lot of these fake flat earthers being Masons, such as Dell. On his Facebook page, he has a Masonic square and compass pin displayed on his Facebook page. So and he calls himself Derek out of chaos. These are obviously, I'm not going to convince you about a lot of things. It seems like you're newer to a lot of this, so it's okay. Yeah, a plain truth is a plain piece of garbage, not to be trusted. He's just, I don't trust him at all. He's been on RT News. Yeah, I don't trust him. I tell you right now, he's a piece of garbage. That's all I got to say about him. Yeah, I see health is being brought up, and yeah, flaxseed is actually something I consume. I make kasha or buckwheat grouts, and I add flaxseed, ground flaxseed, and I add agave and almond milk, and it's absolutely delicious. If you want it to be a little bit of a extra treat, add some walnuts, and also add some dates, some chopped up dates in there. It's really good. All right, we've been going for 4 hours, and it's getting pretty late, but I'm definitely going to stick around a little bit longer to see what's happening here in the chat. Definitely, I don't go live too often, so I'm going to stay up a little bit more and see what's being said in the chat. Yeah, I actually, purple flowers. Also, I have oat milk and also rice milk. Oat milk is fantastic. Rice milk, after a while, rice milk was good in the beginning. After a while, I get kind of burned out with it. But my two favorites are almond and the oat milk. Oh, that sounds great, Isabella. Use flaxseed and almond bread. That sounds really good. Actually, you can. It's not real milk. It's just basically they strain. They crush and they strain, the liquids out of the almond. So, yeah, and it's not real milk per se, but they just call it like a milk substitute because it's very similar. Yeah, real truth is real hard to find, and that's the problem, Jason. 410. It's really difficult to find, and only if it was so easy jumping off the mainstream media and going on YouTube and finding a real truthers, and it's one trap set after another, after another, after another. And thanks so much for that, Daryl Dessa. I appreciate that, brother, so very much. You've been around for a long time supporter, and I appreciate that, brother. Well, Rock, yeah, that's great, but I'll tell you right now, and I appreciate you've been safe since 1969, but there's a lot of people that are older that I know that still vote, and they're like in their 70s. They still vote. They still believe what the news says. They still believe in the media. There's a lot of Christians that are born and then die, and they always believed in the ball earth. They believe the news. They believe the media. They believe it all. So unfortunately, it's great that you've been safe since 1969, but unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that like most adults are just grown children, larger sized children, and they might be awake with certain aspects of this world, but if people are talking about being saved, but they believe NASA, they believe we live on a spinning ball, they believe what CNN says or Fox News says, well, they're still lost. They're believing they're still part of this world. It's very easy for me. I remove myself from everything mainstream. No TV, whatever they push as far as medicine, foods, everything they push, it's their propaganda at every angle. Or let me take a look at something here. Yeah, I'm seeing. Hold tight, everyone. I'm seeing this. I see Sam Smith mentioning E-War. I know very little about it, to be honest. I'm looking online here, and I see the Roman soldier, and there's also they have the guerrilla symbolism as well. I don't know enough about it to be honest and give you an opinion about that. If that's what you're speaking about, this this mobile gaming platform. Yeah, I haven't looked into it, to be honest. I'm just being blunt. If I don't know something, I'll say it, and I don't to give an opinion. But definitely after the stream's concluded, I'll definitely take a look at it and do some research on it. But thanks for bringing that up. No, it's not about arguing. I'm just saying is, if you're looking for information, you're looking to be educated. It's very hard to find. You really have to dig deep and first off, the truth is out there in plain sight for all to see, but you have to understand Masonry and symbolism, and they're going to give a lot of truth in plain sight. And it's a real tough road because there's no handbook. There's no real handbook. And unfortunately, a lot of these authors that are making books about so-called truth are disinfo agents giving only partial truth. And, they'll talk about the creator, but they also talk about distant planets, and, they'll talk about God's world, but they'll show a planet, in the book cover. So, yeah, the truth is very hard to find, because there's so much disinfo out there. Well, the thing about milk from animals, it's not intended for us. If you're a cow, the calf is intended to drink that milk, not a human. So that's another perverted, inverted, whatever you want to call it, thing to do to make humans consume the milk from another animal, where society's been thought, oh my goodness, if a human drank milk from, for example, if someone, you went to Starbucks and they had, female human milk served in the coffee, people are like, oh my goodness, it'll be an outrage, but it's perfectly fine to drink it from a cow. Well, obviously, as adults, we shouldn't be drinking milk, of any kind, that's meant for, a child, or even in the animal world, it's obviously for them to get established, like kittens, they're drinking their mother's milk, but obviously after a certain point, they shouldn't be drinking that. So the same with obviously with the humans. Alex T, good to see you there. Yeah, imagine cows drinking human milk. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm taking a look at the comments. I'm just reading some. Just hold tight, everyone. Yeah, Lexi, that was regarding the 4 astronauts, that were interviewed by that newsman, and saying, how do I know you're really in space? How do I know? Is this a hoax? Yeah, that was that video. Yeah. Yeah, great to see you in there. Better than gold, brother. Yeah, plant-based creamer, nut pods. I haven't heard of that one, but I've seen some different creamers with almond milk, oat milk, and some of them are flavored. But yeah, definitely that's the direction to go. Alex C, great to hear that. Yeah, you've been listening the whole stream. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Great support of the channel. Yeah, I talked about about the whole field of dentistry, and just like any field, such as a doctor, they're all passing through the system, and dentists are basically told how fluoride is safe and how it's, it prevents cavities. And I actually showed a video by this one dentist of 25 years. He said it took him 25 years to realize fluoride is detrimental to the human body. It causes dental fluorosis. There's no benefit of fluoride at all, and it just causes damage. But it took him 25 years to see it. He said the patients using fluoride toothpaste compared to non-fluoride, he said the patients using non-fluoride toothpaste had much better teeth. So there's many things. He looked at many angles, and he came to the conclusion, yeah, fluoride is bad. And then he started looking at water fluoridation besides it being in toothpaste. And he goes, it makes no sense that, for example, on the back of a tube of toothpaste, it says, call poison control if ingested. But he says the amount is equivalent to like, I think he said a half a cup of water, maybe it was 3/4 cups of water in baby's water when they're drinking fluorinated water. So yeah, definitely that's something I've covered. But that's a prime example of the whole spectrum of of so-called people in the medical field, where they're just taking information and passing it on as truth. I said it before, when it comes to if you have the so-called cold, they say there's no cure for the cold. Of course not, because you can't catch a cold. The cold is a cleaning system for the body. So you cannot treat a cleaning system. It has to do its course. It has to clean your system out before your body, recoups and becomes re-energized. The same thing with the fever. This is not even a theory. It's a fact. When you get the fever, it's basically your body temperature rises. This is designed by the creator to kill off bacteria that's in your body, and that's your body's acting like a furnace to rid itself of kill bacteria. And people trying to lower their fever are working against what God intends, like a machine to kill that bacteria and to actually get you better. People might say, but what about those that are hospitalized with the fever, the very young or very old? Well, they're already compromised. This is the cleaning system, and if you're to the point of no return, or there's nothing that can be done, and that's the unfortunate thing. But yeah, the whole purpose of the cold, the flu, the fever, they're all part of the cleaning system for your body. And that is that simple, that very simple. Oh, that's hilarious. John 14:6 said about his wife that bought Crest toothpaste, and she used it to clean spots in her clothes. That reminds me, talking about using Crest toothpaste as a cleaner. I recall years ago, this one guy, he used soda, he used Coke and an old toothbrush to clean off rust spots on his car. And let me see if that's still out there. Let me see here. Many years ago, I saw that. Coke to clean rust. Let me see if that's still up there. Yeah, it's still up here. It says, pour some Coca-Cola on a rust spot and gently scrub with foil. Pieces of the rust will begin to flake off. Wow. So you Coke and Crest as cleaners. Hilarious. Yeah, thanks for that, brother. I appreciate that. Once again, Jason 410. All right, let's see what else we got here. It's getting a bit late. I've been going for 4 hours and 12 minutes here, so probably going to close out pretty soon. Yeah, absolutely. And that's a huge, simple thing there. China is definitely drinking water, and good water, not directly out of the tap. And yeah, I mean, keep your system clean. The more water you drink in spurts to clean out, obviously, your kidneys, go through your whole system, your intestines. And yeah, it's fantastic. What I like to do is, obviously, in the morning, add some lemon juice to that good water. In moderation. You don't want to do too much lemon juice, but yeah, just drinking water really, really helps. And I don't want to get too graphic here, but when you drink water, a lot of people that don't drink enough water, they have constipation problems. And people say, "Oh, you lose weight when you drink water," because the more water you drink, it keeps your body hydrated, and what you eat, what you digest, is gonna be much easier to digest and process. If you're not drinking enough water, you're gonna have issues. So definitely, that's so very simple, but a huge thing to do is drink a good amount of water. 5 to 8 glasses a day would be good. Some people could do more than that. Yeah, absolutely. Rocky Shepherd about the Bible handbook written in Hebrew and Greek. Absolutely. All right, everyone. It's getting a bit late. I've been going on for quite a while now, 4 hours and 14 minutes, and I appreciate all you tuning in and listening in. And definitely, if you're tuning in a bit late, definitely take a look at the screen share aspect of the stream. Definitely take a look at other Flat Earth truthers that I promote myself. Flat Earth Banjo, like I said earlier, the number one flat Earth researcher, in my opinion, and in Flatzoid perspective, to me as my number one flat Earth debater. Fantastic, both of those guys, Nathan Oakley and crew, do a fantastic job as well. And there's others too. Definitely, but those are my main go-to people. And also too, I want to give a shout out to Bobby Zins as well, a great brother, Melbourne Rise, and all the people out there. I'm sorry if I'm not mentioning you, but there's a lot of people out there that are supportive of the channel. I appreciate you all so very much, and definitely moving forward, there'll be more videos to come in the future, more live streams to come in the future, and as time moves on, older videos that I put out definitely be uploaded to the channel as well. Just it's one thing at a time. But again, thanks everyone for joining in, for tuning in, and until next time, you all take care and God bless.